Good morning. It's Friday. We made it through another week. I am alternate juror, and thank you for joining me. I feel like I've been eavesdropping on all you in chat already. I haven't been, I promise, but a little. So, good morning, Gabby and Chrissy. I hope you brought donuts for everyone. Good morning, Stormy. Hope you're enjoying your warm weather. I know you're not, but just enjoy it for me. That'd be great. Oh, oopsies. I'll tell you, my stuff, I had to restart my computer right before I started to stream. So cross your fingers that everything works today. um, I have an update. Well, look who's here. Look who's here. Good morning, Carmen. Bad news. I don't think it hasn't updated to look like the stuff's going to arrive today, which is getting ridiculous because now it's been a week. I sent Carmen a package last Saturday, and it's been in transit for like 4 days now because I couldn't go by air because batteries. Lithium batteries, to be clear. But anyway, I have an update. On April 29th, I don't know the time yet, Katrina Mendoza, Mercedes' mom, is going to be sentenced. I will cover that if they show it. So hopefully they will. I don't know that she'd be sentenced in Judge Boyd's court. No. I wish it was for her toothbrush. It is not a new toothbrush. It is not that. It'd be funny though if it was. So I will keep an eye on that so we can see what that woman gets. I saw a brief interview with her family yesterday I don't think it's her family, Mercedes, probably who has Mercedes. They're not happy with her taking a plea deal at all. They said the judge didn't ask them about it. They don't think 40, even if she gets the whole 45 years, they don't think that's enough. I don't blame them. So we'll do that if we can. I thought it was, good thing Hamilton's not here yet. she'd be like, stop. I thought I was going to have a really interesting trial to watch out of Ohio. It was another like bad kid situation, but it didn't involve the parents necessarily. The parents already pled. They already took a plea deal, which is crap because they didn't deserve one. And there's a civil case with the estate of this little boy going after, it's called Catholic Charities. They had a volunteer that was working there at the time who's also in jail now because of her involvement in this, but not in the abuse of the child. And so I thought this will be really interesting because I don't know that this organization is to blame for anything. The defense attorney, his opening, he said, the organization that should be being sued here is Department of Family and Children, DCFF, Children and Family. But you can't sue them, right? We all know that. You can't sue the state agencies. They again dropped the ball in this little boy's case. Didn't have 6,600 pages on him that I know of, but I do think they had 18 incidents or reports or visits, whatever. There was an 18 in there. And so this little boy, his name was Jordan Rodriguez. He was 5, another 5-year-old. He weighed 15 pounds at the end. I'm not sure how they got that because he had such a horrible ending and was beaten so badly. And he passed away. I hope that he was passed away before they put him in the black trash bag, put a sock in his mouth, and buried him in their backyard. Dug up a dead dog, put the dead dog over him, and I guess in an effort to throw anybody off that would be looking for him. And then every time somebody came to look for him, they said, well, he's with dad in Texas. Well, do you have the phone number? And mom didn't have the phone number. And nobody really seemed like the police didn't really press her. Is it DCFS? Am I saying that right? Children and Family Services. They didn't press her. Nobody pressed the mom on where the child was. The volunteer that's from Catholic Charities, she wasn't there to keep an eye on Jordan's well-being. She was there to help teach the parents how to, parenting strategies, and things of that nature. She was a volunteer. She had no legal authority to go into that home and demand to see him because he disappeared in 2017. If I remember correctly, I think he was buried in the backyard for a year or two before they found him. That's why I don't know that they know. I don't know how they know he weighed 15 pounds. But again, this isn't about that because those parents took a deal and they're gone. Not forever, but they're gone. The woman, so, it's a day. It's one of those days. I think I was trying to say strategies and tragedies all together, making up a new word for these freaking parents. The reason this volunteer is in jail is because she was buying the mother's food stamps. Also not good. Mom shouldn't have been doing that. However, when anybody went to look at the house, there was always food. The other kids were fine. Jordan was always just gone, and it just another child that fell through the cracks and nobody wanted to really do anything. So they're trying to hold this Catholic Charities organization responsible, and that's a civil suit. So I was like, man, this would be really interesting. We probably won't have to hear all the horrible things. I heard enough of them, and the defense is opening. And this Ohio news station says they had a story about judge is going to allow cameras. I'm like, perfect. We'll have gavel to gavel coverage. I'm like, great. And then they lied. So because when opening statements started, I had an appointment yesterday I had to go to. So I go in there and I come out and I turn it back on. Well, the stream it's now a new live stream. I thought, all right. So I went to look for the opening statements. Can't find them. You can watch the defense opening statements. They take a break after the defense and they don't come back in 10 minutes because what courtroom does? Just like the judge said the other day, We always say 5 minutes. Is it ever 5 minutes? The answer to that, we all know, is no. So they didn't come back, and then they're like, "Well, we're gonna go. So we'll just update you at 4." It's like, "Well, okay, good. There's no court today, and I cannot find the opening statements. I cannot find I have looked. I was looking in the county. I was looking everywhere." So, you know, I thought I would have one. I'm gonna keep an eye on it because I'm really curious, um, how to how this is gonna play out because, again, I didn't hear the state's opening statement, so I don't know what theirs is. The defense opening statement, I agreed with him. The wrong people are being sued. So, I just it and you can't sue the people that need to be sued. I know, Stormy. I have been trying and trying and trying. The button that I have to push to take it off is non-responsive today. Yeah, no, it's never just you. I just usually turn it off. But yeah, every time I push the button, it says nothing. It does nothing. It just clicks, and that's it. So, I can't take it off of there. And the funny thing is, it's black on my screen. So, yeah, you guys are hitting it because I can see things going up in the air. But it doesn't do anything. It doesn't I haven't I don't think it adds, like, likes or anything like that. But yeah, you just hit it, but it gets in the way of chats. But it's all black on my end, the black heart, I guess. I saw you guys talking about that. What is that, Stormy? Yeah. All I see is little hearts going fluttering up in the air like they just don't care. Um, like currently missing out of Tennessee? I'll write it down. I will write it down. Of course you are, Gabby. I would expect nothing less. Oh, I can't even imagine that, Stormy. That would be horrible to not just go to bed and you think everybody's there and you wake up and they're not there anymore and you can't find them. Okay, so I have this, I think, very pointless, weird trial out of Elkhart County, which is up north from me, probably up around Michigan, if I had to guess. Um, oh, well, Stormy, if the parents weren't involved in this, what would we do? I'm so sick of bad parents. Bad deal. Okay, so this is the state of Indiana versus Janette Gordon. She apparently went into the hospital. This again is another 2020 case. I don't know um, if they just don't have the staffing to get these things to trial faster, or I don't know. I know it takes a while anyway, it can take a couple of years, but these things that are taking 4 years to get to trial are crazy. Uh, so she went in January 2020 to the emergency room. And she apparently went nuts in there. So she's being charged with battery by bodily fluid, and battery by bodily fluid, I think, against public safety. Boy, Bree, you came in at the right time. And hola, Bill. Um, so I don't know. I'm not saying that everybody should just get away with everything, but to me, when you're having a medical issue, you kind of get a little bit of leeway, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if she flung that at them. I know she spit, and this was right at COVID time. Fortunately, everybody was masked up. So well, actually, it was before we got into that type from COVID. I don't know. Yes. My brain automatically put the P on the end of that. Yes, either way, gross. So, this judge, though, to me, seems oddly happy all the time. Also, his camera shows the jury. So, there's that. And, I don't know what else to say. Oh, and there's a siren in the middle of opening arguments of the state's opening. So, there's also that. Like I said, the whole thing is weird. And yeah, we'll just go. We'll just go. I hope you guys will have to let me know how the audio is. I hope it's good.
All right. That'll work. And just be careful.
Shortcut, yeah, and the cords.
So there's the jury coming in. If anybody recognizes anybody. Yes, Bree, I was just going to say that your job is belly button up only. But if you're in the ER, I don't think it matters.
All right, you may all be seated.
Yes.
Welcome back. I hope everyone had a good lunch break or got some fresh air. I believe we are ready to begin with the state's opening statement.
Oh, and the jury can ask questions. I don't know which one. I'm wondering if it's a little old lady in the white sweater at the end who's asking all the questions.
Behavior, a term and a concept that we are taught about from a very young age. And the reason we are gathered here today is to discuss the behavior of one specific person. And that behavior is that of Janette Gordon. And that behavior is also behavior that occurred here in Elkhart County.
Okay, pause.
Carmen, you should have seen your dog when I was getting this yesterday. We love that part.
State of Indiana on June 20th of 2020. Now, you're going to hear testimony here today from 3 different Elkhart General Hospital employees: Caleb Carter, Darlene Miller, and Christy Ruiz. And on that date and time, June 20th of 2020, they all went to work. Another day, another dollar. Went to work, clocked in, went about their daily responsibilities, safeguarding the facility, as well as tending patients. They had not prepared themselves for the expectation of Ms. Gordon's behavior. They had not prepared themselves for what was going to transpire, the chaotic atmosphere that was going to burst out in the emergency.
Better or worse?
You're going to hear them testify that each one of them was an unwilling recipient of Ms. Gordon's physical touching, verbal aggression, vulgar language, vitriol, essentially, throughout her stay at the hospital that day. You're going to hear that each one of them was subjected to kicking, hitting, fighting, spitting, and scratching. All while they're just going about trying to do their daily responsibilities and their daily duties. You're going to hear how Ms. Gordon's behavior was malicious in nature and of an unapologetic fashion. So each one of those individuals were subjected to being touched in a rude, insolent, angry manner. They were being touched in an aggressive manner, aggressive nature that they didn't ask for. So the state believes that at the end of the day, we hear all the evidence, when you listen to testimony, follow it down that route that we talked about earlier, that you come to the conclusion that Ms. Gordon is guilty of battery, battery by bodily waste, and battery by bodily waste against public safety.
So the reason I couldn't get the end of that is because the closed captionings would not put bodily waste up there, which is so dumb. It's not even in the transcript of below the video. It's so dumb. I I don't know, Gabby.
The defense may give its opening statement.
I'm just trying to keep the volume up because nobody uses a freaking microphone.
As prosecutions mentioned, we're here because of behavior. Today, you, the jury, have a huge responsibility to weigh all the evidence that you're going to hear today. I just want to remind you, as of right now, the case were to go to deliberation. Ms. Gordon is innocent. That means to presume innocence. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Gordon is guilty of all these crimes and all these alleged offenses. Beyond a reasonable doubt means that there cannot be any other reasonable or logical explanation other than what the state will attempt to influence you with. The state must prove that Ms. Gordon knowingly, in a rude and insolent manner, battered or touched by bodily waste these three alleged victims.
No, they do not.
Knowingly, as will be described today in a jury instruction, the person engaged in the conduct must be aware of a high probability that they are doing so. The state has to prove that, but the state will not prove that. You will not hear evidence that will support that. Another instruction: committing an offense voluntarily,
Yes.
engaging in conduct violating the statute.
Your Honor, may we approach? You may approach.
This is not as bad as the last trial of approaches. There is no video of this because she was in a room and that would be a HIPAA violation. They do talk about that in here. So the witnesses were all witnesses that were there that dealt with this woman, as far as I can tell, as far as I watched or listened. I didn't watch, but they do talk about how there is not video because they can't have that in there. Yeah, but not like it. Don't worry. It will not be as bad as what we watched earlier this week in the gazillion sidebars. I promise. And also, I just, yes. Well, and honestly, well, Gabby, you've worked in healthcare. Bree had to go, and then you've got Carmen who has the jail/prison experience, which is different to me. I hope Hamilton, Felicia, or Roseanne gets here so they can give us their take
The
on.
state here has to talk
Oh my dear Lord!
They
There's another siren.
And at the conclusion of this trial, we will go back and deliberate and decide on the case. You will learn throughout this trial that Ms. Gordon was being held against her will at the hospital.
Your Honor.
You may approach.
Thank you.
I don't know what he is saying so bad. I mean, sometimes you can hear them, the defense or somebody saying something that you just know is off. Nope, that is not at my house. It's not at my house. They can, absolutely. And I'm not saying that like nurses or anybody has to take it. I don't think that. But to charge her with battery? Well, they're gonna get into that a little bit. I've kind of heard the beginning argument. I didn't want to hear too much. I just wanted to make sure it was gonna kind of be okay and as crazy as I thought it was going to be. So yes, but it didn't matter. It's going to come out that she's there on a 72-hour hold. So while she wants to leave, and that's what she's angry about, and so she thinks she's being held against her will, I guess essentially she is, but they can't let her go. I don't know who brought her there, how she got there. I don't know that. I assume we'll hear that. But I don't know. Yeah, but opening statements are not evidence. So if it's a closing statement, then yeah. It could have been. Gabby. This is a long sidebar. Good heavens. And I do just wonder if he knows he's showing his jury. No, guess we're done. I don't need to fast forward.
As I said, at the conclusion of the trial, we will weigh all the evidence, and it is on you to define if she is guilty or not. We intend to show evidence, otherwise.
The state may call its first witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Caleb Carter.
Oh, Caleb Carter.
Mr. Carter, if you just stand for a moment and raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. You may have a seat, and if you'd please state your full name and then spell it slowly for the record, I'd appreciate it.
My name is Caleb Carter. That's Kaleb Carder.
Thank you. And the state may question its witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to address you as Mr. Carter or Caleb?
Caleb is fine.
Okay, thank you. Caleb, where are you currently employed?
At Elkhart General Hospital?
And is that in Elkhart County, state of Indiana?
Yes.
And how long have you been employed there?
I've been employed there for 9 years, with Beacon for 7 years.
And is Beacon the overarching system?
Yes.
And in your 9 years, what kind of positions have you held?
Security officer and security supervisor.
What is your current position?
I'm a security shift supervisor on the afternoon shift.
And can you describe some of your typical duties?
Well, our main objective is to protect people and property So to prevent harm from people, patients, visitors, and staff.
And what kind of training do you receive in order to be in security at the hospital?
We go through a CPI training. We learn how to defend ourselves. Learn how to protect staff. We learn how to do restraints.
Okay, so you just said CPI training.
Mhm.
Can you, for people that don't know
Oh, I'm sorry.
that jargon or acronym, what is that?
It's like a medical training for how to properly hold patients and how to protect yourself from patients.
And how long is your typical shift in terms of hours?
12 hours.
And I'm going to take you back to June 20th of 2020. Were you working on that day?
Yes.
And were you working at the Elkhart General Hospital?
Yes.
And when you work one of your shifts, are you assigned to any particular area of the hospital?
So we rotate, so our officers will rotate. So we'll be in the emergency department or on rounds throughout the hospital or in our office where you dispatch and place officers where they need to go.
And on any given shift, about how many security officers are working?
Between 3 and 5.
So
And on
4.
June 20th of 2020, while you were working your shift, did you receive any security calls?
I did.
And let's just walk through a little bit the process of what happens when you receive a security call. So what happens? You get a call, where do you
So typically the officer in the office will dispatch a call if we receive a phone call from staff or a visitor or anybody in distress. In the case of that day, I received a call on the radio from another officer in distress.
about what time of day did you receive that call?
I'm not certain which time that was.
And at that time of day, though, where were you when you received that call? Were you in the main security office?
I was walking the facility, so the hospital units.
And why were you called by that other officer?
I was called by Officer Darlene Miller. She was in distress because of a combative situation.
And when you say distress, what does that mean? Is that a specific term that security uses?
When I say distress, I mean like she's either hands-on or somebody's actively trying to harm her.
And when you received that call from Darlene Miller, what did you do next?
When she asked for assistance, she stated what location she was at, so then ran to that location.
And what was that location?
It was one of the emergency department rooms.
And when you arrived to one of the emergency department rooms, what did you observe?
I observed her with a patient. Patient was on the bed and attempting to. She was very. I guess the word I'd use would be combative.
How so?
Screaming, yelling obscenities, making threats of violence, actively trying to strike, kick, and bite.
Duh.
Officer Miller.
Was there anybody else in the patient room?
Yes, registered nurse Christy Ruiz and security officer Michael Nance.
And when you entered the room, did you get a clear look at the patient?
I did.
Do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay. Can you please describe an article of clothing that they are wearing?
Right now?
Yes.
Yes, she's
No.
wearing a
Yesterday.
gray sweater, looks like black sweatpants.
And can you please describe where she's positioned in the courtroom?
Between I believe the two lawyers.
There's a couple lawyers.
I'm sorry, on the defendant side between both the lawyers here.
All right. Your Honor, please let the record reflect that the witness has made a positive in-court identification of the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
And are you aware of what her name is?
Yes.
And what is her name?
Jeanette Gordon.
And how close did you get to her when you went into the patient room?
So my role when I entered the room was to help restrain Jeanette because she was combative at the time. So it's close, like I had to physically hold her arm down.
Okay, so pretty close to her.
Yes.
Now, you said you had to restrain her. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Okay.
Why was it necessary to restrain Miss Gordon?
To prevent her from harming staff and both nursing staff and security staff.
And is that due to the combative behavior you described earlier?
Correct.
And did you yourself physically restrain her?
Yes, I helped with assisting with controlling the arm while physical restraints were applied.
Okay. Can you verbally describe how you went ahead and were controlling her arm?
Yeah, due to her trying to strike and thrash and bite. So my role was to hold the left arm down while restraints, like physical restraints, were applied to her arms and legs.
And as a security officer with Elkhart General Hospital, do you have any type of protocols or a matrix that you have to follow when you're dealing with combative patients?
We have like a force continuum.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I suppose I don't know it verbatim, but
Generally, let's just talk about it generally. So when you have a combative patient, what are the steps you would need to be going through?
so obviously with every approach, we start with verbal de-escalation.
And let me stop you there. Did you start with verbal de-escalation with Miss Gordon?
No, because I was a secondary officer, so she was already hands-on with Darlene at the time.
Maybe you can continue the next step.
And then again, if someone tries to strike us, we are allowed to defend ourselves, but gaining control of the subject, and then ultimately, if the doctor orders restraints, we can apply those.
In this particular instance, are you aware of any doctor's orders requiring restraints?
Yes, a doctor ordered restraints.
And when you were in close proximity to Miss Gordon, did she lay any type of her hands on you?
I was struck in the face.
And what part of your face were you struck
I
at?
believe it was the right side of my face from her right arm.
Can you recall if she struck you with an open hand or a closed fist?
I cannot.
Did she engage in any other active physical behaviors towards you?
I was also spit on in the face.
All right. What part of your face did she spit on you?
I felt it near my forehead area. This was during COVID, so we all had masks on, so I didn't feel anything land in my mouth or nose.
After she spit on your face, did you immediately go and attempt to clean that off?
No, we were still actively restraining her to prevent injury.
About how long in your best estimate do you think you were in the patient room?
I would say maybe 10, 15 minutes.
This is why I don't
Were
know
there other
how I
security
feel about
officers
this.
besides yourself and Darlene Miller in there?
Correct.
Were there nurses trickling in and out?
I know Nurse Ruiz was in there.
And I want to ask a question about video, essentially. Is there any video surveillance or footage in the actual patient room?
No.
And why would there not be any video surveillance or footage from inside the patient room?
I believe that's for like HIPAA law, like they don't allow video within the rooms. So all our video footages would be in like hallways. So nothing in actual treatment rooms.
And is HIPAA privacy related concerns?
I believe so, yes.
And in this particular incident, did you write any type of a report?
Darlene did because she was a primary officer.
I'm with you, Chrissy. I've worked in the schools.
The
a
state
long
has no
time
further
ago.
questions for this witness and
Wouldn't
passes.
do it now.
Okay. The defense may question the witness.
Hello.
Do you prefer
Hi.
Caleb's okay?
Caleb's
still?
fine,
Okay.
yeah.
So I have more clarifying questions. When you talk about rotating, is that rotating during shifts? Like you go up other floors and things? Do you mean during shifts, or is it like different shifts, you do different things?
So during our shift, since we have multiple officers, we would have like different posts. So we'd have an ER post, an office post, and a rounding post where we'd be on the units. So we'd rotate through those.
Like throughout the shift, or like
Correct.
one day you're on one thing and the next?
No, throughout the shift.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I didn't
That's okay.
understand. And you were called to the room on June 20th of 2020 to assist your colleague, Ms. Miller?
Correct.
Arlene, okay. Let me see. And you said initially your like first step in protocol normally is verbal de-escalation, although you were second on hand, so you didn't do that. Verbal de-escalation, does that mean like you guys say things to help people calm down? You use words to calm people?
Correct. So like if I were first on scene, we wouldn't immediately just go hands-on. We would try to de-escalate the situation verbally. You know, what can I do to help you? They ask simple questions like that, you know, ask why are you agitated? Things of that nature.
Okay. And you said you held one of her arms down? And how many other people were in the room at the time?
Darlene Miller, Officer Michael Nans, and Christy Ruiz.
Okay. And Officer Nans is a security officer with you and Miller too?
Correct.
So there's 4 of you?
3 in that room total. 4 total, 3 officers, yes.
All right, okay, thank you. And so the
I'm sorry.
4 of you held Ms. Gordon down to restrain her?
I wouldn't say all held at the same time. So while security is holding with the thrashing and to prevent staff from being hit or struck or bit, the medical staff is applying the TAT restraints that we use.
Okay,
The physical restraints that we use.
would you call them TAB?
They call them TATs.
TATS?
Correct.
Can you tell us what TAB restraints are?
It's a physical restraint that we use that a doctor can order to prevent a patient from harming themselves or others.
Can you describe it? Is it like cloth or strings or?
I couldn't tell you what it's made out of. Maybe like nylon.
Nylon. And the restraints connect people, is it by their like wrists and ankles to the bed?
Correct.
So their arms and legs don't move?
Correct.
Okay. And you, in your testimony, you mentioned spitting. Is there any process to address if a patient is spitting? Like a restraint to prevent that, I guess?
No, there would be no way to prevent spitting.
Okay.
There's no like restraint device or anything like that.
Just like spit guard, or the hospital doesn't have anything like that?
We don't use those.
Okay. And then going back to your training, so you said you do training in like how to restrain people, how to hold people in a medical setting, things like that. Are you guys trained in that because it's a common occurrence that patients are combative?
What do you describe as common? I mean, I
Well-
guess it kind of differs depending on, it's a day to day, you know, sometimes we have days where it's, you know, multiple, sometimes it's none at all. It just depends on the situation.
Okay. So I guess it's not uncommon. We could say randomly there's,
I would say it's more random than anything.
okay. You said the random, sometimes you have a few people in a day and sometimes you have none, maybe.
Yeah, it
Okay.
varies
Okay.
day to day.
And I guess, sorry, never mind.
An Indiana question?
My,
No.
when you were interacting with Miss Gordon, did she know why she was getting restrained?
So when the nursing staff applies restraints, they always explain the reason why. And typically it's stating this to prevent you from harming yourself or others, which
Okay,
is why they're being applied in the first place.
Okay.
But that is part of the protocol, yes.
okay.
I mean, if they find her guilty of this, I don't know what kind of time she would be looking at, if any. I don't know, but battery, 3 charges of battery would seem to be serious.
Nothing further.
The state may conduct a redirect.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
I would
Defense
hope
asked you, and I believe I also asked you a question initially about how many other people were in the room. You mentioned at least 4 other people, or 3 other people, including yourself, so about 4. Why was that amount of security presence required?
So after Darlene asked for assistance, Officer Nans and I responded to assist her. And then, so that's the reason for the security presence. And then the nursing staff is also in there to do whatever they need to do medically.
That judge's face expressions are just, I can't not look.
State has no further questions.
Any other questions on recross?
Not a request, Your Honor.
Okay. Would the defense like for this witness to remain present for the defense case, or is he released today?
Did you want the jury to ask questions to me?
I will do that. Are there any questions from the jurors, recognizing that they would need to be submitted in writing? But if you do have a question you'd like to submit in writing, please raise your hand.
I did call it right.
Provide you, or unless you already have a slip of paper. Yeah, you take your time and write
Yeah.
down your question or questions.
I'm trying to figure out who the beekeeper was.
I believe there is a specific one.
He's like, oh, take a drink. I was right. I figured it was that lady in the white sweater that wanted to ask the questions all the time. Oh no, it is, but it's just awful. Don't worry, it gets better. As in worse. I would have thought she had her questions written down already. But I think she opened the door to a couple of people. I don't think you have to fold them, lady.
Any other jurors have questions? I can take them at the same time if they're completed.
Yes. That's where I
If there are others, I'll wait and we'll handle them at one time.
was so torn about why is she here? Where's the line? Like I said, if she would have been out in public and a police officer trying to arrest her, then yeah, but maybe. But if she was having a mental episode,
Just so they know, I believe I've got at least one.
No.
Are there other jurors that have questions that they're wanting to write down? Thank you.
yes, I agree. I don't know if they're bored up there. Didn't have anything to do. Kept her hanging on the
I'll ask
line.
counsel
for
to approach.
years. You do. I agree. It sucks. I'm not saying everybody should just get away with everything. I have just never seen it. I didn't even know it was a thing. Yes. And Stormy, don't worry. This is short. It's fairly short. I'm going to go to day 2. But don't freak out. Boy, if we could read lips, I think we could read his. I think the reason it makes me laugh so much when it's so funny to me when he takes a drink out of that can is because he has to tip it up so high. Like it's almost empty. Ew. I hope not, Stormy. I hope not. I'm not sure how to answer that one, Gabby.
Okay, for the record, council have agreed that the 2 questions can be asked. I'll ask the first one that I received first. The question is it protocol to have more than 1 security guard called to a room?
Initially, it's not. Typically, you would start out with 1 officer, and then if the situation needs it, we will get additional officers. Again, it's all situational. We like to start low, and then if we need more, then we would call for assistance.
Thank you. And then the second question, again, also agreed upon that it can be asked is, was she unruly when she came into the hospital or only in the X room or exam room? EX-room is what's written. And I will caution, sir, if you'd only answer if you have personal knowledge about that.
I do not have personal knowledge. I was a secondary officer, so I was only there in the room.
Thank you.
Mine
Are there
too.
any other questions? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no other jury questions, I'll ask again, would the defense like for this witness to remain in the courthouse?
May we approach your honor?
You may.
Oh my goodness. Maybe I lied. There is a lot of people, lot of, never mind. There's a lot sitting over at the defense table. That's all. That's all.
If you would kindly remain in the courthouse. All right, Mr. Carter, you are excused for the time being, but if you would kindly remain in the courthouse for the afternoon, we might be circling back with you. Thank you, sir. And you may leave the courtroom itself.
Oh joy. You just
May call us next week.
you just go
Your
you
Honor.
go sit in the courthouse all
Do you
day.
remind, the witnesses about the separation of witnesses?
I will do that. Mr. Carter, to the extent that there are other witnesses in the hallway or in the courtroom, you are not to have any conversations with them or communicate with them in any way, and not to come back into the courtroom while they're testifying, okay?
Understood.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So far.
Now the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Darlene Miller.
Chug a lug, Judge. Like I told you guys, yes, he is. He can just go sit somewhere in the courtroom, but not associated with anybody that he knows that's in this trial. So yes.
Ms. Miller, you may stand right near the witness stand. If you'd please raise your right hand for me. I'll place you under oath. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? Okay, you may have a seat. And if you would begin by stating your full legal name and then spelling each part of it for the record, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Darlene, Darlene Miller, Miller.
Thank you. State my
Your Honor,
question.
defense counsel indicated to me that she'd like to approach.
May we approach again?
Yes, you may.
Good heavens, I did lie, didn't I? Sorry. I don't know why they didn't take care of it when they were up there. Why can I not fast forward?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Miller, where are you currently employed?
Elkhart General Hospital.
And is that in Elkhart County, state of Indiana?
Yes, it is.
And how long have you been employed there?
Just shy of 5 years.
And what is your position at EGH?
I'm security officer.
And as a security officer, what are some of your duties?
My main duty is to provide a safe environment for the patients and for the staff so that they can provide good patient care.
And what is your typical shift?
Can you be a little more specific?
In terms of, let's say in terms of hours, what are your hours when you're doing a shift?
I'm usually 4 to midnight, sometimes 4 to 4 a.m. It depends on manpower. We often are short, so I can work earlier or later depending.
And since you've been at EGH for 5 years, do you have any prior experience in security?
I was a police officer for Elkhart City for 20 years. I've retired from there in 2009.
I was trying to see if I could zoom in for you,
And
Gavin.
as a security officer of EGH, what kind of training do you receive in regards to dealing with potentially combative patients?
I got that really big.
De-escalation, how to do holds. We will hold and help nursing staff to apply restraints, that sort of thing.
So let's break these down a little bit and talk about each one. Let's talk about de-escalation. What do you mean by that?
There aren't
I'm
more.
sorry, we'll have to wait for the sirens.
That's
We
fine.
get a lot of that here in this
That's
group.
fine.
I don't want that. I was trying to see if I could make my screen bigger for you.
Right, so in terms of de-escalation, what does that mean and how do you apply that particular technique in your daily responsibilities?
That very much depends on how much they're acting out to begin with. Sometimes it's just a matter of walking into the room, officer presence, explaining what's going on. You know, maybe they're upset because they don't know what's going on. That's very common. Maybe they were offended by something somebody else said. Maybe they just don't like you. So we'll switch out. You know, if they don't like me, then I'll maybe switch out with another officer to help de-escalate. Maybe there's a better rapport with one person than another. So that's the first option right there. It's just to talk,
Okay.
you know,
And
or
when-
deflect.
When you're saying they, are you referring to people admitted to the hospital, i.e. patients?
Patients and visitors, we get all kinds. Sometimes it's a patient problem, sometimes it's a visitor problem. Like I said, often it's just a misunderstanding.
The next thing you mentioned is you said holds. What do you mean by holds?
Whatever we need to either defend ourselves. Sometimes it's just maybe holding an arm while they do an when they do an IV. Maybe we have a confused or elderly patient. Maybe they can't hold still. It's not always a combative thing that we do a hold on, but we need to make sure that the medical staff, sometimes they can't hold an arm still enough and they call us. We'll do that. Sort of a medical assist, but we don't do medical. We just kind of will help hold them in place so that they can be cared for.
And the final thing you mentioned was assisting the nursing staff. Can you go into a little more detail about that?
As far as what we would do to assist them,
Yes.
mainly we'll go from officer presence. Sometimes they just need a little backup, you know, a little moral support, and we'll stand there while they explain the process. Sometimes they do need help holding. Sometimes there's a patient that's outright getting violent or verbally abusive to them. We don't tolerate verbal abuse either. That's they don't have to live in that kind of working environment because it's hard for them to provide good patient care if they're being screamed at and threatened and cussed at. So then we'll come in and we'll try to intervene and, you know, try to pull them off of the nursing staff. If maybe we can get it to, maybe after I can get it directed at me, then the nursing staff can relax.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you back to June 20th of 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And to the best of your recollection, do you remember what shift you were working?
I was working overtime. I had come in early and I was on the day shift, getting ready to stay over and work my normal afternoon shift.
And when you're working your shift, are you assigned to a particular wing or area of the hospital?
We'll rotate on the hour. We try. Sometimes the needs make that ebb and flow a little bit, but generally we'll go from ER to the office to rounds and such. Back then we were doing COVID, which meant we were also guarding doors and doing a few extra duties, but we would rotate from one station essentially to another.
And can you explain a little bit like what the purpose of rotating from different stations is for?
just to keep us aware of what's going on in each part of the hospital. It also keeps us from getting, tired of it. When you're sitting on cameras in the office answering the phone, that gets tedious. So then you rotate, you can go out on rounds, you can interact with people, see what's going on. But you get physically tired walking around the building all day. Then you go to the emergency room and you're dealing with all sorts of people that are coming in. That has its own set of challenges. You're going to deal with all kinds of people that come in there. So it's to keep us on our game, and so we can do a better job. It's not like a casino where you don't want one to know what the left hand to know what the right hand is doing. We all need to be aware of what's going on because we all back each other up. If I'm in the ER, I'm not the only one that can take a key call in the ER. Sometimes everybody has to come to the ER if something's happening.
Okay. So on June 20th of 2020, did you happen to rotate to the emergency department?
I did, but I don't know if I was in there supposed to be in the emergency department at that time. I think I was close, but I don't remember if I was stationed there. I was the first one there. Sometimes if there's a problem, they'll send the emergency room officer, but also a backup. Sometimes the backup is closer.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you a little bit. And you just mentioned that you were the first one there. So on that date and time, did you receive any type of a call that would have brought you to the emergency department?
Yes.
And why were you called to the emergency department?
Because
have
there was a
crazy eyes.
disturbance in a patient room.
You stated that you were the first one at that patient room. Is that correct?
Was the first security officer, yes.
Were there any other individuals in that patient room prior to your arrival?
There was a one-to-one tech or nursing assistant that was in the room with her.
Was it that nursing assistant that made the call to security?
I don't know. The staff is all they can see from the nursing station into the room. So what they might have seen her having problems, or she might have called out to ask them to call security. I don't know.
Now, when you got to the emergency department room, did you have the opportunity to observe the patient that was in that room?
When I arrived in the room or before that?
When you arrived in the
When I
room?
arrived in the room, yeah, she was yelling, trying to leave, trying to pull her IV out.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you a little bit and we'll get through some of this
Okay.
stuff. But first, when you got there, you observed her. Is that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please describe an article of clothing that she is wearing?
Today?
Can you please describe where she is positioned or sitting in the courtroom?
Between the defendant's counsel.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that this witness has made an in-court identification of the defendant.
The record shall still reflect.
Glad we're
Ms.
not watching
Miller,
your court
do you
case,
happen
Stormy.
to know what her name is?
Janette Gordon.
Were you aware of what her name was back on June 20th?
Not
2020?
until I was getting ready to do the report.
Now, when you went into the room, what drew your attention to her behavior that was a security concern?
The yelling and the trying to pull the IV out of her arm, trying to leave the room.
Okay. So in terms of yelling, what was she yelling about?
That she was leaving, we couldn't stop her. She said I had let her boyfriend steal her car and she was leaving and we couldn't stop her.
You said she was trying to pull her IV out.
Yes.
Can you explain, based on your observation of like where her IV would have been attached to her?
Usually in one of the arms.
Okay. And why is pulling an IV out a concern for security?
Because of biohazard fluids come out of the arm, blood, and usually blood if an IV is pulled out, and we're directly exposed right then.
Is pulling an IV out also a concern and problematic for the patient themselves?
Of course.
And based on just your general observations, why would that be an issue?
The medical staff needs an IV for all kinds of things. It wouldn't have been placed there by the doctor if he didn't had not already determined that that was in her best interest. She was on a 72-hour hold, in which case our job is to protect her from herself at that point.
And when you came into that room and you observed her behavior of trying to pull out her IV, what was the first step you took when you approached her?
I tried to get her to direct it on to me. And I said, you can't leave. You have a 72-hour hold placed by a judge, which is why you can't leave. Sometimes they just don't know why they can't leave. And I tried to explain that. She basically screamed over me that she was going to leave. We couldn't stop her. It kept coming up. Somehow I had let her boyfriend take her car, which I don't know what, I never did figure out what that was supposed to be.
Would it be safe to say that your verbal de-escalation techniques were not successful?
They failed.
So once you tried to verbally de-escalate the situation, calm her down a bit, what happened next?
She was just in my face for a few minutes, literally this far, screaming that we weren't gonna stop her from leaving. I allowed that because I was letting her vent on me a little bit to keep her away from the tech. That was tactically poor because she could have spit on me. We were too close. But
Did she spit on you?
no,
Did she touch you in any other manner?
no, not then.
But did she touch you in some type of a manner later?
Yes.
And how did she touch you?
She bit.
Where did she bite you?
She bite me on the left forearm.
And when she was biting you, did she happen to break skin?
A little, but it was just soreness and redness.
Did she happen to touch you in any other manner?
Yeah, she was clawing me on the right forearm as well.
So
And
did you say clawing?
clawing with her fingernails, and she ripped off my face mask. We were right in the middle of COVID and we were all masked up.
I know. She
When
bite
she
me.
was clawing at you, again, similar question to the biting, did she happen to break any skin?
Redness, scratching, no blood per se, but you know how it is when you get a scratch. It's technically broken skin, but
At this point, when she's physically accosting you, did you call for further assistance or backup?
yes.
That'd be a different case.
Before we got to that point, I had called.
So would you say that when you were attempting to verbally de-escalate, you made the call?
I made the call after she turned on the tech. She acted like she was going to hit her or push her into the wall. And so at that point, I went hands-on, the tech did, and we pushed her to the foot of the bed and had her sit. Then the fight was getting ready to start, and I said, I'm going to need another unit. So another security officer arrived and some more nursing staff arrived.
Now, let's go back a little bit to when you just mentioned she started to turn on the tech, and then you started to get a little bit more physical with Ms. Gordon. Is that what you're trained to do?
Yes.
Is EGH have some kind of like standard protocol that expresses what you can and cannot do?
Yes.
And do you know if that protocol has a specific name to it or anything?
That would actually be, I would consider that part of our use of force policy. Verbal is first, our officer presence is first, then verbal directions, and then go hands-on. We do that to prevent somebody from getting hurt. And I don't need to wait for her to punch or push my tech into the wall before I intervene. That's after the fact. My job is to provide a safe work environment for her as well, not just for the patient. She can't afford to be hit or scratched or have the IV pulled out and having some kind of body fluid, spewed out on her. So once she turned around to do that, I had no
Gross.
choice. Otherwise, I'm derelict.
And when you called for backup, how many different individuals came to assist?
Lots of nursing staff and Mike Nyans and Caleb Carter. I don't know how many nurses were in the room. Sometimes it's easier to just have a lot of people in the room. It's better to have too many hands than not enough. You can use less force that way.
And when somebody is engaging in the behaviors that you've previously mentioned Ms. Gordon was engaging in and demonstrating, is there any need to put restraints on them?
I'm sorry.
Is there any need to put restraints on them?
Yeah, if they're gonna hurt themselves or others, which was the case, both hurt. I mean, she was trying to hurt herself and us by trying to escape and assault us.
Can you recall how many restraints were placed on Ms. Gordon?
There's 4. When we do that, there's usually 4 point, 2 on, 1 on each wrist, 1 in each ankle.
And does security place those on a patient, or is that a responsibility of the nursing?
That is normally the nursing staff will hold, but that is a medical decision. The doctor will decide whether restraints are ordered. That's usually the doctor that contacted the judge to get the 72-hour hold on the patient to begin with. So the doctor would be familiar with the situation. And when something escalates to the point where they're trying to spit, bite, hit, that's not that unusual to have a doctor say that they're going to have restraints.
Now, when you were in the patient room with the other individuals that you mentioned, did you observe Ms. Gordon engaging in aggressive behavior towards any of them?
She was spitting, she was kicking. I was busy on the top half. She was busy threatening my life and swearing at us. And so she was doing a lot, but I was focused more on the top half of her, what she was doing with her head, and she had been kicking and kneeing, and they were trying to control her legs. So I was focused more in on my job right then, which was very specific.
And I'm going to ask a quick question about like video surveillance.
Mhm.
In the actual patient room, would this have been caught on camera?
No,
And why would it not have been?
because of patient privacy. We do not have cameras in a patient room.
One moment, Your Honor.
At least they didn't like get the doll out and say, "Now show me where she touched you on the doll." Would have been the only thing to make this any worse. Yes, surveillance. You know that lady in the white sweater is writing down some questions. That's all of us on a jury.
Now, Ms. Miller, was your first interaction with Ms. Gordon only when you got to that ER room?
Yes,
So you would have you would not have the ability to comment on what Ms. Gordon's state was like when she was first admitted.
not at all. I don't know that I may have met her in the past, but she'd never been to my attention before I walked in that room.
And whenever you have a security incident such as what has been described, do you write a report?
Yes,
And what is the purpose of writing your report?
documentation.
State has no further questions for this witness.
Defense may question Ms. Miller.
Hello, Ms. Miller.
Hello.
And I'll just stick with Ms. Miller unless you prefer Darlene.
No, doesn't matter.
Okay. Let's see. So you had stated that you were ordered to the room because she was trying to leave and pull out her IVs. People are allowed to leave the hospital. Is that correct?
Not when they've been signed on a 72-hour hold by a judge. The judge, what happens is if someone comes to the ER on whatever, a 24-hour commitment by a police officer, or the doctor decides at some point through his interaction in the exam that she's a danger to herself or others, they can go before a judge and get a judge's signature, which is literally a 72-hour psychiatric hold, and they are not allowed to leave.
Okay.
And that's what that was. When I was told there was a 72-hour hold patient in the room, that was my cue. I cannot let her leave for her own safety. We have had people jump in the river after they left the hospital, and I can't have it. I can't have her die like that on my conscience.
Yeah. Okay. And you said it was, I believe you and another security officer and nursing staff attempting to restrain her.
Yes, ma'am.
So there were 4+
No, I have no idea how many nurses. There's 3 security officers, a bunch of nursing staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I'll say at least 5. Is that fair?
Probably.
Altogether of you, 5 or more?
Have for more to put 4 restraints on, that was probably about right.
Okay.
I don't know.
So there's 5 or more people working together to restrain Miss Gordon. And how did Miss Gordon respond to that?
She kicked, she kneed, she tried to bite, she spit, she made death threats. She was vulgar, very verbally abusive. She was trying to punch. Everything she could do to intimidate and scare and fight. That's what she tried.
Okay. And did these behaviors escalate when like there was a larger amount of people in the room?
No, she was already escalated, but by the time they come, which is why we called this, because we needed more help.
Okay.
Because she still had IVs. She ripped her own IVs out. At that point, we just can't let her, we're trying to keep her from hurting herself. And I, of course, can't allow my staff to get hurt. And that's my job description, is I'm there to protect them.
Staff.
And they have to be able to provide care to patients, and they can't provide care to her or the patient in the next room if she's out of control and screaming. And like I said, I don't know the medical reason why an IV was placed, but there was one. And when you have IVs, there's body fluids and all sort of things. There was obviously medical treatment going on there that she had been judged was going to happen because it was signed by
Clearly.
the order.
And you had mentioned she had accused you of letting her boyfriend steal her car.
Yes.
So did she seem confused about what was happening?
I don't know what she thought was happening. She was aware of what she was doing to us. I have no idea what she thought about me in the car, but she said she was going to come and kill my family. She was going to find me, wait until I get out. You fucking cunts, what suck dick.
She's really
My
vulgar.
daddy was a preacher. We ripped people's tongues out. I'm going to come for you. There was things she said that were worse that I didn't care to record because I don't want that in my brain. But
Worse?
that was the level of verbal abuse and physical resistance that we had. And it was just, you're not giving me what I want. I'm going to hurt you.
Okay. And so she's vulgar, combative, aggressive, trying to leave and not being allowed to leave and
Right.
being restrained by several people.
Right.
Correct. And then you mentioned she clawed you. Would she claw you trying to leave the hospital?
She clawed me trying to keep the nursing staff from putting that restraint on. Because so when you're trying to apply a restraint and they're fighting,
You're too northern
moving
to
their
have
arms around, they can reach up still and claw you if you can't keep a hold of them. She was fighting very hard and her arm was moving a lot, so we were having trouble getting that arm restraint on, and so she reached up and she clawed.
Okay. And then I believe you mentioned that she was spitting at the time too. Did security or the hospital staff have anything to help prevent staff from getting spit on?
We asked the patient to wear a mask. She wasn't going to cooperate with that. That she ripped my mask off and it went across the room. I had to have one of the nurses that was trying to apply restraints get the mask on me because I didn't want her spitting in my face with no mask on me. You know, it was, so yeah, I had a nurse let up on the restraints to go get my mask off the floor.
Okay.
The lady on the end. I'm sorry.
And you
She's
mentioned
not
that you
sure.
had written a report afterwards to document what happened. Was there any point in the interaction where you had slapped
got
Miss
the mouth.
Gordon?
When she bit me, I open palm went like that so that her head was sticking to the mattress and she couldn't bite me anymore.
Okay,
And so I believe in my report, I said open hand slap, which is within our force continuum because when she's biting me, I'm allowed to defend. But what I did basically was that. And then I just held it.
okay. One moment, please.
You know, if I didn't know what I was there for and they're trying to tie me down to the bed, I probably would be fighting too. Because that would be enough to send me over the edge. I would go nuts.
So I want to, you said that how long did you
Okay.
said you worked that day?
I had just come on from I think I came on at noon and this is around 1:30 in the afternoon. Then I worked until midnight.
I don't
So this
blame
was
her.
very early on in my day.
Okay, great. Yeah, nothing further from the fence.
Any redirect by the state?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Miller, is it correct to say that the restraints were only placed on Ms. Gordon when she was in that patient room?
When she was in that room,
Yes.
I believe so. Are you referring to like a separate time?
So, on this date and time on June 20th of 2020, when you arrived in the patient room, were restraints already placed on her?
No, the restraints were placed on while I was in the room due to all of this combativeness happening.
Now, there were a bunch of different people in that room. Was her behavior directed towards any specific person?
Good bit of it was directed at me, but I had essentially accepted that when I walked in the room. I had wanted to draw her attention to me to keep her off of other people. And I think that carried over to everything else, although it wasn't only me. She was still trying to spit at staff and kick and I think it was mostly spitting and clawing. I don't remember. Like I said, I was right in my scope. Sometimes when you've got that much going on, all you can do is hang on. And that's what I was doing. I was trying to hang on and not let her spit or bite anymore, control her head.
Now, you previously mentioned that one of your primary responsibilities is to protect staff. Is protecting the patient a responsibility as well?
Absolutely.
And you previously mentioned as well about the verbal abuse. Regarding her statements, would her statements have been such that a person would have to have their wits about them to be making those comments, those threatening
She was
comments?
fairly specific. Yeah. I'm going to come and find you. I'm going to come and get your family. I'm going to kill you. She was yelling, but she was articulating quite nicely what she wanted to do.
State has no further questions.
Okay, recross by the defense.
Nothing for the defense.
What does,
Do any of the jurors have any questions for this witness? If so, please raise your hand.
just because she's fighting doesn't mean she can't talk.
Seeing no hands raised.
Oh,
What
really?
I would ask Ms. Miller, we might have some use for you if you would kindly stay in the
Can articulate
courthouse. You
clearly.
do not need to stay in the courtroom. And also, I will point out to you that we previously had discussed the separation of witnesses. So to the extent that you were in the courthouse, you're ordered not to have any communications with other witnesses or to come back into the courtroom to observe the testimony of other witnesses until we completely release you. Understood?
Understood.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Miller. You can step away.
Thank you.
And the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Christy Ruiz.
I've lost mine. Oh, good heavens. I made my pause button super tiny. Yes, that's what I was trying to say, is just because she was having something there was something wrong with her. She was there obviously for a 72-hour hold. But yes, I just because and that woman was a police officer before she was a security guard in the hospital. Do you tell me that nobody ever said anything about that, like that to her before? I don't believe that. I'm not saying they should. I'm not saying it's right, but she seemed, and I'm not saying she shouldn't even be really mad about the fact that she said supposedly she wanted whatever she was wanted to do to her family. I'm not even like, yeah, that'd make me mad too, but she seemed very focused on that and really wanted to get that in there. I think, yeah, a while ago. And so presently, she answered what? She had been there 5 years, so she'd only been there a year at the hospital, right? Did I misunderstand that? Or did she say she had been there? They didn't ask how long at the time she had been at the hospital. You're correct, Gabby. You cannot take that stuff personally. And it's hard. You hear it day in, day out, and it gets hard. Some days it's worse than others. I tried to make the screen bigger for you and it made all my controls really small. Give me 1 second here. Never mind. I don't know what I did. Oh, and we had just got done. Oh, see you, Stormy. Sorry you're gonna miss all this excitement. She's
Hello,
like, I
Ms.
was
Reese. Please
totally-
raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Then you may have a seat and kindly state your full legal name and then spell each part of it for the record.
Christy Marie Ruiz, Kristy Marie Ruiz.
You may have a seat and the state may question its witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ruiz, what do you do for a living?
I'm an RN at Elkhart General Hospital in the emergency department.
Okay. How long have you been working there as an RN or as a registered nurse?
I've been there for 6 years. I've spent 5 of those in the ER.
Have you, for that other year that you weren't in the ER, was that all as a registered nurse?
Yes.
Okay. Had you worked previously as a registered nurse anywhere, or is that your first job?
No, I've been a registered nurse since 2013. I used to work in long-term care in Chicago prior to moving back to Elkhart area.
Okay. Did you go through schooling to become a registered nurse?
Yes, I went to school at Richard J. Daley College. It's a part of the city colleges of Chicago.
And what are some of your daily responsibilities as a registered nurse working in the emergency department?
So in the ER, I actually work the majority of the time as the charge nurse in the ER. My responsibilities are to keep the flow of the department going. Responsibility for staffing. I'm responsible for helping staff in difficult situations, whether it be family issues that may arise, issues with patients, help to handle them. It's part of my responsibilities there.
Thank you. Do you have a shift that you normally work?
Yes, I'm normally on the weekends from Friday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay, so that's a 12-hour shift. I want to just get straight to it. I want to take your attention back to June 20th of 2020. Okay, so a long time ago. But at that time, were you working that day?
Yes.
No.
Were you working as a registered nurse in the emergency department?
Yes, I was charge nurse that day.
Okay. And again, that's at the Elkhart General Hospital.
Correct.
Is that located in Elkhart County, state of Indiana?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall coming in contact with a patient by the name of Janette Gordon that day?
Yes.
Okay, can you please explain to the jury how you initially, I guess, got involved with that particular patient?
Yes. Being charge nurse, again, like I mentioned earlier, staff come to me when they have difficult situations to handle. So I was notified by one of my staff members that there was a patient that was becoming aggressive. And so I immediately went back to investigate the situation. When I walked into the room, the patient was in there cussing, yelling, then attempted to like bite and kick and hit at staff members. That was my first interaction.
Okay, and to be clear, this interaction that you're discussing is not when the patient first got to the emergency room. This is as you get there after you're called in, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you do arrive, do you remember, was there anybody else in the room besides Janette Gordon? Were you, was other nursing staff there? Were you there by yourself when you saw that?
There were other staff members in the room, but I don't recall the specific staff members that were in there.
It was a long time ago.
Correct.
Okay. At that time, you stated that she was cussing, yelling, biting. Did you also say spitting or no?
Yes.
Okay. Was she spitting at that time? So upon your first arrival, was she spitting at anyone in particular? Just at people, at something else?
I
You
believe
remember?
it was at the door.
At the door. Okay. Upon your first arrival, was she making, she may not have been, but was she making any statements at that time when you first arrived?
I just remember a lot of yelling. I cannot remember specific details on what was said.
Okay. At this point in time, do you know, or can you recall, like, where we're at in the process of Jeanette Gordon being admitted there at the hospital as a patient? Where at in the process were you at that time, or was she at that time?
It's my understanding that part of the process that we were at was that she had come in for self-harm attempt and being placed on a 72-hour psychiatric hold. And so we were, my understanding, waiting for placement for her at that time.
Okay, when you say placement, what do you mean?
Placement in a psychiatric facility.
Okay. So as far as your involvement, when you get called, do you remember what the specific call was, or was it just I need help?
Thank you.
I need help. There's an aggressive patient.
Okay.
Yay.
And so you get there, you make these observations that you've already stated. At that point in time, is Janette Gordon, is she restrained at any at that point in time?
No,
Okay, so is she in the bed?
I don't believe so. I believe she was walking around the room as we were trying to de-escalate the situation, at which point either myself or another staff member would have notified the doctor of the patient's behaviors, thus getting the verbal order to apply restraints at that time.
Okay. And so you were not an individual that made that decision as far as restraints go?
No, I don't have the power to make that call.
I believe you said a doctor, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I suspect this far removed from there, do you remember who that doctor was?
Dr. Cancel.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Cancel.
So you're in there, you make these observations. What happens?
So when we go ahead and get the verbal okay to apply the restraints for the patient's safety and for staff safety as well, security was at the bedside to assist to manually hold the patient to the bed so that the restraints could be applied safely.
Okay. And is it the nursing staff or security who puts on the restraints?
It's generally the nursing staff. Security assists to hold the patient while the nursing staff can apply.
Okay. Were you present when this took place?
Yes.
Do you recall who else was present? You may not recall everybody, but do you recall if anybody else was and who were they?
I know Darlene
was present and Caleb was present. I don't recall if either staff members were present at that time. I'm sure there had to be more, because usually we have to hold down all 4 limbs to make that possible safely.
Okay. Did you actively help in applying of these restraints?
Yes,
And so I guess safe to say your focus was on Janette Gordon while this is going on.
correct.
Maybe I made this assumption once already, but it's been a long time. But do you see Janette Gordon in the courtroom today?
I don't recognize her from that specific day because it was so long ago.
Okay, that's fair.
Like she was honest.
And so you start to help with applying of these restraints. What happens from what you can recall?
That's when she spit in my face.
Okay. And can you elaborate a little bit more about that?
There was just the struggle of trying to, again, safely hold her down so that we could apply those, and in the process of her yelling and continuing to kick and fight while the restraints were being applied. And then that's when she spit into my face and it got into my eye.
Is this are there any reasons to be concerned about when something like this happens, as far as spit, particularly on your eye?
There's risk for infection, yes.
And so, and could you describe, maybe not for a question, but could you describe the spit that was on your face a little bit more?
He was running.
It wasn't like
ran down.
if somebody's talking or yelling, some saliva particles tend to come out of our mouth. It wasn't like that. There was more to it than just that, enough that I had to wipe it away and then rinse my eye out.
Would you would you describe the spit getting on your face as accidental?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, and why?
Because again, as I said, when you're talking or yelling at somebody, small saliva particles can sometimes come out. But this to me was it was a larger amount than just those regular particles that you had to have really if you're trying to,
Okay.
for lack of a better term, in order to spit that large of amount, to me, that felt on purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry if anybody's eating lunch or breakfast in Chrissy's case. That's
So
disgusting.
ultimately, were restraints able to be put onto Janette Gordon?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your involvement after that, if any?
I don't believe there was involvement with her after the restraints were applied from my standing.
Okay.
Well, good luck. Apparently, because you eat lunch very, very early. It's like 9 o'clock. Where you are.
Mr.
Not that you
Rees,
can't tell time.
earlier you did state, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Janette Gordon was in Elkhart General Hospital due to self-harm concerns.
Correct.
Is that an accurate statement of what you said?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically what that self-harm was?
It was a potential overdose on Ambien.
Okay, so she had taken too many.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of statements by her as it relates to was it accidental? Was it not?
I'm
As
not
far as that
aware of what
overdose?
statements were made regarding that.
Okay. Are there, when someone comes in for this type of concern, is there, I guess, what's typically done first when someone comes in for this type of self-harm as far as the nurses go?
Sure. The first interaction that we generally have with the patient is them coming to the counter stating why they're there that day. We would then check them in, get their name registered. We would then generally take them into our triage room, again, that's in the front of the emergency department. They would be wanded by security to make sure they have nothing to harm themselves or us while back in the room. And then they would be led back into the treatment room.
Okay. And once they're in the treatment room, is it part of normal protocol to test for potential any drugs that may be in her system?
Yes, every patient that comes in for self-harm or suicide or homicidal statements gets a urinalysis, gets a drug screen, gets an EKG, and basic lab work to make sure that there's nothing medically going on that might cause like their like mental state.
Okay. And are you aware, did that take place in this case?
Yes.
Are you aware of if any drug showed up on that talk screen?
The only thing that I'm aware of is the methamphetamine.
Which is
Amphetamines?
completely the other end of the spectrum from Ambien.
In your training and your experience, have you strike that? In your training experience, have you learned or come to know what the drug Ambien is?
From my knowledge, Ambien is used as a sleep aid.
Okay. Was that the alleged drug in this case?
Yes,
Okay, for the overdose?
yes.
Okay. And in your training and experience, would that show up on a talk screen as amphetamines?
No, not in the tox screens that we run at Elkhart General.
I will give her this. She's honest. I don't feel like she's trying to fill any blanks in like the last witness
No further
seemed.
questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
The defense may question Ms. Ruiz.
I'm Cerise.
Hello.
So first I want to back up. You're a registered nurse,
Yes.
and what do they educate you on? Like medical stuff and mental, or just medical?
We do have to take like a course about like psychiatric nursing, so there's a little bit of knowledge with that.
Okay. And you said you were working in the emergency room back in 2020.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a significant amount of people that come in with mental health stuff, or is it mostly medical, or?
There's a significant amount that come in with mental health issues, yes.
Okay. And so do you require kind of ongoing education for mental health stuff?
Do we require, I'm sorry, can you?
Well, what's the hospital's policy on handling mental health problems in the emergency room?
Again, can you elaborate on what you mean?
When people come into the emergency room with mental health problems?
Yeah.
Is there a standard procedure?
Yes,
What
which I mentioned earlier.
So you talked about they go and you do the checks physically.
Mhm.
Does the emergency room address the mental health stuff in addition to the medical?
They usually see a case manager, and if there are patients who become aggressive, they may need medication to help relax them, calm them down, things like that. We're taught de-escalation techniques.
Mhm.
Those of us who are charge nurses also have to go and do a specific class on de-escalation as well.
Okay. So I heard you mention medicine as well. So when someone is aggravated or escalating in the emergency room, it sounds like the options are the de-escalation trainings you've had. You said medicines as well can help calm people.
Mhm.
And then we've talked about the restraints as well. As a nurse, how do you choose, or which option to use?
We always go for de-escalation. After that, we would always take back to the doctor and report what is happening. And then they either come to the bedside or they would order then whatever they want to do next.
Okay. Do you know how they decide between medication versus
I don't.
restraints? Oh, okay. And I guess, sorry. You mentioned that there were statements that she had taken Ambien to cause herself harm. Are there known effects to Ambien, like side effects?
I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with Ambien in an overdose amount to speak on that.
Okay. And regarding her behavior while she was there, did she seem to understand why she was there?
I don't think I had enough interaction with her to make that judgment.
Okay. Did she seem to understand why the people, you and the others, were restraining her?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
If she took an overdose of Ambien, it seems like she would be very not active. Yeah. Well, with all the medical stuff she learned, it's like, what'd you learn in law school? Law stuff?
Thank you. You mentioned that she was spitting, I believe. Does the hospital have any procedure or protocol to prevent staff from getting spit on if a patient's spitting?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, there's no like spit masks or.
There are, but in that situation, there wasn't time to run and grab anything like that to
Okay.
prepare for that.
And then you mentioned she was on a psychiatric hold. Are you, based on the psychiatric hold, are you able to assess if she is aware of what's going on around her or the level of her awareness?
No, because when I use the term psychiatric hold, it could be because they were having suicidal ideations and intent for suicide. It could be that they're having homicidal ideations, or it could be that they've had a break from reality and are in an acute psychosis situation.
Okay. And you mentioned that you were aware at the time that Ms. Gordon was there for the ideations to hurt or harm herself.
Correct.
Was there any other problems regarding her psychiatric stuff going on that day that
I'm
related to
not
the hold?
aware of that.
Okay. Okay.
Again,
Thank
I
you.
didn't have much to do with her actual nursing care.
Okay. Nothing further.
Any redirect by the state?
No.
Okay. If any of the jurors have any questions for Nurse Ruiz, please raise your hand. And any besides Mr. Fry? Then Mr. Fry, please commit it to writing if you haven't already. Take a look at that. Thank you.
Chrissy, when I worked in the pharmacy, the one thing you did not want to deny little old ladies was their Ambien.
Okay, I'll ask
They
council to approach.
Nuts. Seems like it. I'm still not clear how she got there. If they brought her in, if somebody brought her in, it seems like they brought her in. So they should have known. It is not. And I'm glad at least so far, it seems like spit is the only body fluid we're talking here, not the other way. Because gross. Either way is gross. This nurse got really descriptive about it, which was gross.
For the record, council has agreed that the two questions, I will give a caveat, Nurse Ruiz, you are allowed to answer these to the extent that you have the information or the personal knowledge to answer them. And the first question is, do you know how long past the Ambien overdose was Miss, it's written as Gardner, but I'll say Gordon, admitted?
I don't know the answer to that.
And then the second question, how long does it take for Ambien to metabolize?
Again, I also am not familiar enough with the overdose situation. That would be a poison control, would have more information on that. I'm sorry.
Thank you for that. Are there any other juror questions? Okay, and Ms. Ruiz, I'm going to allow you to step down, but I will ask you to stay in the courthouse. We do have a separation of witness order, so I'll admonish you not to have any communications with any other witnesses, quite frankly, any other party in the courthouse regarding this case, and to remain in the courthouse until such time as we determine that you can be fully released. With that being said, you are free to step away.
Thank you.
I think the judge might be thinking that too. I know I have to be here, but WTF is
Before I
this
make my
out?
decision on our timeline for today, does the state have any other witnesses it wishes to call today?
One more, Your Honor. She should be fairly quick.
Okay. Are any jurors in dire need of taking a break at this moment, or do we have time for one more witness? Seeing nobody jumping up and down, I'll go ahead and allow the state to call its next witness.
Okay.
Judge was like,
State calls
Dang,
Carrie
I'm full of
Lavore.
Red Bull. Yeah, so I'm saying he's got to be there, but you know. But still, he's got to be like, what are you guys doing? Why is
If you'd
this
stand right by the
Okay.
witness stand. Oh, and raise your right hand for me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you may have a seat in the witness
You
chair.
need to
And if you would
go
start
to
by
the can.
stating your full legal name and then spelling each part of it slowly for the record.
Yes, full legal name is Carrie Lynn Lavore, Keri.
The recap, Carmen, is this woman was in the hospital. She apparently was overdosing on Ambien. I don't know how Ambien shows up in the bloodstream. It didn't show up, but meth did. So that's opposite. But she didn't know why she was in the hospital. The doctor called the judge. The judge put her okay to 72-hour hold for her, but she was combative because she wanted to leave. And so she didn't know what she was doing there. And she was fighting and spitting, obviously, and punching and kicking and kneeing and they were trying to restrain her. She did not want to be restrained, which I don't blame her. I wouldn't either, especially if I didn't know what was going on. So they charged her with battery with bodily fluid, which I'm hoping is just spit, and then battery with bodily fluid, something against public health or something like that. The closed caption didn't pick it up, and that woman, well, I think it picked it up, it just didn't say it. And I think that woman trailed off there at the end. So that's the recap. I don't think this is right. I think it's a waste of money and time.
LYNNLIEVORE.
Right. Statement, question, your witness.
Thank you. You pronounce it Lavore, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I
Yep.
say that right. Ms. Lavore, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
What do you do for a living?
Registered nurse.
Where at?
Elkhart General Emergency Department.
Is that located in Elkhart County, state of Indiana?
Yes.
What are some of your duties as a registered nurse?
Anything to do with patient care, checking patients in the ER, medicating, starting IVs, getting them to and from where they need to go within the department, hospital, for testing and transferring them if needed to.
Okay. And how long have you been a registered nurse?
4.5 years.
And you'll have to forgive me, is that all at Elkhart General?
Yes,
Okay.
Yep.
Did you go through schooling to become a nurse?
I did.
Where was that at?
Bethel College,
Okay. Here locally?
Mhm.
Well.
Mishawaka.
Mishawaka.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to June 20th of 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes.
Specifically, were you working as a registered nurse at the Elkhart General Hospital?
Yes.
Really,
It's
Carmen?
located here in Elkhart County.
Correct.
Do you recall what shift you were working that day? It's okay if not.
It was during the day. I believe it was 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay. And on that shift, do you recall being called into or having interactions with a Janette Gordon?
Yes.
Okay. And who, to your knowledge, who was Janette Gordon? Or why was she at, is she somebody that works there? Is she a patient?
She was the patient.
She was a patient. Are you aware of why Janette Gordon was at the hospital that day?
Possible overdose or possible suicidal thoughts or suicide attempt.
Okay. And as a registered nurse, were you assigned to her particular room
Yes.
initially?
Mm-hmm.
You were.
Yes.
Okay. And so at what point in time, if you can explain for the jury,
Mhm.
Somebody comes in,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to guess they somehow make it to a room.
Yes.
And then at some point in time in this process, you get assigned to
Yes.
be their nurse.
Yeah.
So can you explain
Yeah,
kind of the timing
absolutely.
of all that?
So when the patient comes through the front doors of the ER, they're checked in as a patient. The nurse at the front desk will get their main complaint, kind of get a basis of why they're there. We'll talk to them, ask them some questions, and then we'll get some vital signs, and they'll be placed back in a room at some point. I was assigned to her room, so she had already been checked in when I had a first interaction with her.
Okay. And so does that first interaction take place? You go to her room and then that's when you meet her, or is it outside the room?
Yes, it was inside the room.
Okay. Do you may not, but do you see the Janette Gordon from that particular incident in the courtroom today? Or can you remember what she looks like?
Mhm.
Okay. Can you please describe an article of clothing that she's wearing as well as where she is seated geographically in the courtroom?
To my 10 o'clock, gray sweatshirt.
Okay. Is it so it looks like there's 3 people sitting at that table?
Middle person.
Person sitting in the middle?
Yes.
Better please let the record reflect the in-court identification of the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Okay. So can you please describe to the jury what initially was going on? So you come and you meet Jeanette, you
Mhm.
meet the defendant. What happens? Or what do you do?
So we have standard protocol for possible psychiatric patients or patients that have possibly intended to harm themselves or have tried to harm themselves. They are put in a room. We have security on them prior to coming to the room just to make sure they don't have anything to harm us or themselves while they're there. And then we do routine blood work, urinalysis tests, any imaging they might need, whether it's like a CAT scan, x-rays, and then they would get an EKG just to make sure heart is okay. So I met her doing all of these things.
Okay. And can you describe her demeanor initially?
Yes. Initially, she was pretty calm and cooperative with us, and kind of seemed to be possibly having some altered mental status. I observed her sitting in the bed, kind of rocking back and forth, kind of grabbing at the air, and there was no one else in the room with her.
Okay.
That you could see.
Is she making any statements initially? Was there any kind of conversation between you and her? Or
Only letting her know what the protocols were as far as getting blood tests, urine tests, things like that, but nothing more.
okay. And so this initial process is happening. You've made these observations that you've already stated.
Yes.
What happens, if anything?
At one point, we have also to help with patient and staff safety when we have psychiatric patients. We have a staff member sitting with them outside of the room, but they have eyes on them at all times just to make sure they're safe. And, you know, if anything happens, they can let the nurse or any other staff members know. So I was notified by the tech that was sitting with her that she was becoming more agitated. She was spitting on the floor and spitting on the sliding glass door in the room. So I went in there and gave her some tissues and kind of, you know, tried to redirect her behavior
Okay.
at that point.
And these glass doors, can you describe how the room that she was sitting in, as far as where the bed is versus
Yes.
where the door, these glass windows are?
So the area that Jeanette was in is kind of like a big square with 9 rooms. So she was in one of the middle rooms. It's a three pane big glass sliding door. And we keep it shut just because with COVID, we had to keep all the doors shut at all times. But the bed was right in the middle. We also do remove anything that could potentially harm the patient or us from the room. So any like trash cans, cords, telephones, things with wires, things like that, we remove from the room prior to the patient coming back. In Jeanette's case, we did leave heart monitoring and vital sign like blood pressure and oxygen monitoring on, just since she had possibly taken some medication, so we would be able to monitor her vitals. But everything else was removed. It was just the bed and the monitoring.
Okay. Now, maybe I'd just like to dive a little bit further, and please forgive me for sounding like I'm asking the
No,
same
that's
question.
okay.
So initially you said that she was relatively calm.
Mhm.
It sounded like you guys were able to do your initial tests pretty without problem.
Yes.
But then you also stated that at some point in time, you had to go let the nurse or the assistant that's standing outside the room that she's becoming agitated or aggressive.
She let me know that she was kind of, you know, getting a little more restless, kind of seemed irritable or agitated in the room when she was spitting and things like that. So I was more, you know, alert to kind of keep an eye and make sure that everyone was kept safe at that time.
Okay. And to be able to spit onto the window, the door or window, is that something that you can do while you're sitting down in your bed? Is it kind of close, or was she standing, walking around the room and doing that?
I think I would say that probably from where she was sitting, maybe 3 or 4 feet.
Okay, so fairly close.
And
Okay.
the door was closed at that time, so it just went out the window.
Okay. So you tell this assistant that's sitting outside the door that, hey, she may be becoming more agitated. What happens next? What are your call?
I did let Chrissy, the charge nurse, know that she was kind of becoming more agitated. I let the physician know in case we needed to give any medication for that. And our case manager, who deals with doing a psychiatric evaluation on the patient, at one point went in the room and talked to her as well to kind of evaluate her psychiatric state.
Okay. And that was that person called in there due to the nature of why she was admitted to the hospital?
Yes.
Specifically the
Possible overdose. And she, we were told that she had taken these pills prior to coming in to attempt to hurt herself.
Okay. So this counselor comes in. Does anything else happen? What happens next?
I was not in the room when she was in there talking to the patient.
Okay.
After she left is when things kind of escalated pretty quickly.
Okay. So when I call it a counselor, I forget what specific name
That's
you
okay.
gave her.
Case manager.
Case
Yep.
manager. My apologies. So when the case manager left, you said things escalated.
Mhm.
Okay, and can you describe what you mean by that?
Yes. So she was getting up, kind of pacing around the room.
And if I may ask, who is she?
Jeanette.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of pacing around the room, just seemed to be very irritated, agitated, fidgety, very restless, saying she wanted to leave and starting to get kind of verbally aggressive with the assistant who was with her or sitting outside the room.
Okay, and do you remember, you said verbally aggressive. What do you mean by that?
Swearing, yeah, just saying she wanted to leave, she didn't want to be here.
Okay, and so what happened next? So you said she's starting to escalate, she's making these statements, what happens?
We did try to, myself and the assistant who were with her, tried to de-escalate the situation. We always try to do, non-invasive first. So kind of try to de-escalate, try to talk to her, get her to kind of share her feelings. Is there anything we can do to kind of make her feel more calm, at ease? And so we started with that, and that was not successful.
Okay, and so what do you do when this isn't successful in calming the defendant down?
So we did end up calling security just to kind of stand by for backup in case we would need assistance. And we did let the physician know that she was getting pretty irritable. And in that case, we'll administer medications to kind of help her calm down.
Okay, so security was called in to help.
Mhm.
Did they, at this point in time, I want to be very clear here, at this point in time, is she still agitated?
Yes.
Okay. Is she still spitting?
I don't believe so. I don't remember.
Okay. And so the security they're called. Do
Mhm.
they show up?
Yes.
Okay. How many initially show up? Do you remember?
I don't.
Okay. But ultimately security gets there.
Yes.
Are you in the room when they get there?
I'm standing outside of the room.
Okay. Do you recall what happens upon security getting there?
They also tried to kind of de-escalate the situation, try to talk to her and kind of same thing, kind of see if they can get her to share her feelings and, try to calm her down some. And that was also unsuccessful.
Okay. And why do you say it was unsuccessful?
Jeanette continued to be more verbally aggressive, swearing at us, threatening to leave, stating she didn't want to be there. So we let the physician know, and he ordered some medications for us to give her.
Okay. Was there a concern at that point in time, at least from your perspective, as far as letting her just simply go?
Yes. So she was placed on a 72-hour detention, which is signed by, the doctor, ER physician, signs it, and it's a contract basically saying that she's not safe to leave, because we don't know, if she leaves, she might harm herself. So that allows her to not be able to leave the hospital.
Okay. So security gets there, they try to de-escalate, it doesn't
Yes.
work. Does anything else happen? What happens next?
We administered medication to try to calm her down some.
Okay, did that work?
No.
Okay,
No.
and why do you say that didn't work? Or why do you believe that didn't work?
She continued to scream at us, threaten us, and she was attempting to hit us, kick us, attempting to spit us, attempting to bite us.
Okay, and when you say us, who do you mean?
Myself, several security officers, Christy, the other nurse who was in here, and then a couple more staff members of the ER.
Okay, these people were all in that room at one point in
Yes.
time?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, does the defendant is she restrained?
Yes.
Okay. Is that shortly after the medication fails, or is there anything that happens between that and the restraint?
We did give the medications. It can take some time to work. So we did attempt to let that medication work, let her kind of calm down, but that did not work. She was attempting to still trying to, kick us, hit us, try to bite us. So we had to restrain her for not only her safety, to protect her from hurting herself, but ourselves as well, or protect us.
Okay. The staff that's in there?
Yes, yep,
Okay. Is it also important? Does that help protect other patients that are there?
yes, yep. The rooms are pretty close together, so that could be a danger to other patients as well. And there's always, lots of traffic, people going back and forth from different rooms in the same area to scans and things like that. So that is concern as well for other patients' safety.
Okay. So at this point in time, you've already said that the restraints need to be put on.
Yes.
Do you physically help in that process, or are you back watching?
I helped put them on myself and several other people. We let the physician know the medications were not working, and he gives a verbal order for these special restraints. They're a kind of like a band, a cuff that goes around the wrist and ankles. They're a canvas material, but they do have locks on them. So we put those on all extremities, and we tie them to a metal piece underneath the bed.
Okay. During this process, are there any observations that stand out to you as far as what happened?
I did see her bite Darlene, the other security guard that was in here, but other than that, we just were trying our best to get the restraints on safely while keeping us safe, and then not causing any injury to Jeanette as well.
And while you're doing this, since you're saying you were helping in
Yes.
this process, you're hands-on, is that correct?
Yes, yep.
Okay. And is your attention, are you looking around the room? Are you focused on the defendant?
I'm focusing on getting it on without getting pinched or hit in the face or hurt myself, and trying to keep Jeanette safe, putting them on in a safe way, not too tight, and also trying to keep my coworkers safe as well.
Okay. Earlier you mentioned, again, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier you mentioned that a part of the normal process of an intake for this type of scenario is a running of a test of blood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what are you looking for in the blood? Generally speaking.
Just checking like kidney function, liver function, checking for major signs of infection, electrolytes. Sometimes if like your sodium and potassium are off, that can cause you to kind of do weird things. So just kind of basic blood tests.
Are you testing for drugs?
In the urine test, yes.
Okay, in the urine test.
Yes.
Are you aware if drugs were identified in strike that? Did these tests actually take place for Janette Gordon? I know you said that's the normal
Yes.
process, but did they
Yes.
actually take place?
Yes.
Okay, and in the urine test for
Hello,
the defendant,
Ronnie. Welcome to the shit show.
were drugs identified?
Yes.
Do you recall what drugs?
Marijuana and
I can say that
amphetamines.
now. As a part of your duties as a registered nurse, do you record somehow what's going on? When you're interacting with patients, or what's going on?
Yes. We do charting in the computer, make narrative notes, and kind of we can use as a timeline and document important things that happen.
Okay. Are you aware if there were notes or records that were kept as a result of the defendant's time at the Elkhart General Hospital back on June 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Those would include in part your notes,
Yes,
also others,
yes,
other nurses maybe that were on staff.
yes.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Nope. Who would have thought she would be the long witness?
Ms. Lavore, I've handed you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Can you take a look at this? There's a couple document or a couple pages there. Can you take a look at that?
Mhm.
It must have been out of the road and out of your way. Otherwise, you would have gave him more than the side eye. I'm going to need a 6-pack of Red Bull. I know I picked this. It's because it's so crazy to me. And Carmen just is like, so no, it's normal.
Are those, generally speaking, what do you have in front of you?
The patient's, part of the patient's medical record.
Okay. Do some of those particular documents include your notes?
Yes,
Okay. As far as you can tell, are they fair and accurate records that were
Yes.
kept by the Elkhart General Hospital
yes,
as it relates to this particular incident?
yes.
State would move to Interstates 1, Your Honor.
Any objection by the defense?
No objection.
The court will receive State's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Thank you. And permission to publish to the jury?
You may publish it.
Okay, and it is by hard copy. Do you want me to just give it to them or?
Is there simply one copy for all to share?
No, I have multiple. I have a copy for everybody.
I'll allow you to distribute it directly to each of them.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. I can count, right? I think there's 3 there.
Pass it down like you did in school, jurors. Surely somebody, one of these jurors is going to have a question. The old lady in the front row is letting me down. I thought she was the one that's going to have all the questions.
I do apologize. I don't have a separate copy for you right now, but we will submit the.
Sorry,
the
Judge.
admitted copy, Your Honor.
I've never
Miss
even heard of that, Stormy.
Lavore, is that your maiden name or is that a married name?
Married name,
It's a married name.
yes.
What is your maiden name?
Nobalski?
Involsky?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I only ask is in these records, is that how your name appears
Yes, my maiden name,
as your maiden name?
yes.
Okay. I'm not going to cover all of these pages specifically with you on the record. I know the jury will have a chance to review them, but I want to take your, if you count from the top, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you turn to the 4th page down? Let me know when you're there.
Mhm.
Okay. It looks like about partially towards the top middle of the page, there's a history of present illness. Do you see that?
Okay, yes, yep.
Okay. And it looks like there's a last paragraph there. I think you already mentioned that the alleged substance here that the defendant attempted to overdose on was Ambien, correct?
Correct.
And we see that there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes, yes,
Hard to take
sorry,
Yes, my apologies.
sorry, yes.
I moved a
Yeah,
little
they
quick for
haven't
you there.
corrected her at all.
It also means it says the onset was unknown. What does that mean, onset?
That means that we don't know exactly what time the medications were taken.
Is there any particular reason why you weren't able to, why that information wasn't able to be obtained?
I don't recall.
Okay, that's okay. What about, it says amount ingested is unknown, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
so we didn't know exactly how much she may have taken.
okay. And then I want to turn your attention to the very next page. Should be 5 down, or 5th page down. See a list of drugs there. Do you see that on that page? It looks like towards the middle, bottom of the page. Okay, what is this right here?
I might be on the wrong page.
Okay,
Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Sorry.
You may.
yeah, I think it should be the 5th page down.
Oh, yeah,
Fifth
I was on
page
the
down.
right page.
Okay,
Yes. So this is a
I'm not-
list
I'm not
of
posting
the first section is the urine drug screen results, and then the second section is the blood work results.
okay. Earlier you mentioned that the defendant tested positive for drugs that were not Ambien. I believe earlier you said marijuana and amphetamines. Do we see that on this page?
Yes.
Okay, and where, it may be self-explanatory, but how is it noted on the page?
So the bolded print that says UAMPH SCRN and then positive, that's amphetamines. And then at the bottom, UTHC metabolite screen positive, that's marijuana.
Okay, and THC, in other words, is marijuana, you said? Okay. Um, State is no further questions, Your Honor.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Hi.
So I want to review the timeline from when she first, like when you first, I guess, interacted with her. How long had she been in the emergency room?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you think it was like 30 minutes or like 3 hours or like an estimate?
I would say within an hour.
Okay. And at that point, you said she was still calm
Yes.
at that point? Okay. And then, do you have any estimate of how much time it was before the case manager came in?
About an hour.
Okay.
I would say maybe a little bit longer.
And so previously you testified it was after the case manager left was when she began to escalate
Yes.
significantly? Okay. And so she had been at the hospital at that point at around 2 hours, give or take?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned she wanted to leave. Did she express understanding that she was there in a 72-hour hold?
I don't know.
Do you know if she understood why she couldn't leave?
I don't know.
Okay. And then you mentioned that the doctor ordered the medications
Correct.
to calm her down, and he ordered those like as soon as she started escalating?
No, we did attempt to de-escalate her just by talking to her and trying to calm her down. When that did not work, then he ordered the medication.
Okay. Do you know from that point, like how much time passed before she was actually, the medications were administered to her?
I don't.
Okay. And even though the doctor had ordered the medication, had it been administered before or after she had the restraints?
Before.
Before, okay. I want to to the report that the State's Exhibit 1, page 1, 2, 3.
Ronnie, she was on right before this nurse. It was another
Page 4
nurse.
again, where it shows
just
that
like,
she tested
I don't know,
positive, you said
too
for
long.
amphetamines and THC.
Mhm.
Okay, is there any prescription medications that would make someone test positive for amphetamines?
The only one that I know of is Adderall.
Okay. And did the hospital have a list of all her medications?
I don't know.
Okay, so she may have been prescribed Adderall at the time?
That's a possibility I'm not aware of.
Okay, and then is there somewhere on the list that says if there's Ambien in her body on this?
No.
Okay, so that wasn't verified or ruled out either way, I guess, with the
We
drug
did,
test.
we don't have a specific test for that.
Ambien, okay. I'm gonna go to, I think, when I stopped counting them. 1, 2, it's the third from the last page.
Look up.
And this page, the medical person marked like their assessment of what was happening, correct?
Mhm.
Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
You
Thank
just
you.
say
Sorry.
mocked.
Okay, and somebody marked delirium, acute confused state.
Bitch.
What does that mean?
Delirium means confused, maybe not answering questions appropriately, possibly hallucinating or seeing or hearing things that aren't there.
Okay, then down below, further in the same page, I see a section called impression and plan
Mhm.
diagnosis.
Mhm.
Under acute psychosis, it says does it say working medical?
Mhm.
What does that one mean?
I don't know.
You don't know what that means?
That's part of the coding for the physician's charting.
Okay,
Yeah.
I guess everything in that section. Do you know if they list stuff that they're concerned about in that section, I guess? Would that be what that section is
Yes.
for? So they listed a deliberate medication overdose, Ambien, suicide attempt, acute psychosis, and methamphetamine abuse. So those are the 4 things that the doctor was probably aware or concerned of at the
Yes.
time she was there.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
One moment, please. Nothing further from defense.
Thank you.
Any redirect from the state?
No, Your Honor. And may we tender the exhibit to the court?
You may.
All right.
While we're waiting for the
Hurry.
exhibit, do any jurors have any questions they'd like to ask of this witness? Okay, I see at least one hand. Anyone else?
Wonder if it's the same guy.
All right, I'll take one and review it for now, but I'll hold off on having counsel approach.
I thought for sure it was gonna be that woman. Don't gobble at me, you bastards. I don't have it. Haven't been practicing. I didn't have time to practice yesterday. It's gonna be so I can go out and be incognito, just with my accent. That woman in the flowery looking shirt, sweater, whatever, She's writing a lot. Wonder if it's a question or just notes in general. Carmen.
Okay, Karen, would you please accept the question?
Oh, Karen.
And if council would approach, we'll review the questions. Thank you.
I don't know where it came from either. Maybe one day a mom fixed a ham and a dad made the ham dance in front of the kids. Do you know what I'm talking about, Carmen? I didn't fix a ham though. Oh, and then the mom never fixed ham again, at least for 20 years. That guy has crazy eyes. I swear. It was not a personal problem. I worked hard on those Cornish game hens. And now I don't want to eat them anymore because now I just think they're chickens that didn't grow up, but didn't have time to grow up, weren't given the chance. I don't think there is a thing. I think I have PTSD from watching your dad make the stupid things dance at the table. Must be a lot of questions. I shall fast forward. Did I pause him? I can't tell. I don't know what I did. I have never had quail, but I did fix Cornish game hens again for the first time literally in probably 20 plus years.
Record, council have agreed that all the questions may be asked. So we have
And
some more
and I
questions
just
for you.
couldn't think that they just
First,
weren't baby chickens.
And I'll give the caveat that I've given the same caveat to the other witnesses. Please only answer if you know, if you have personal knowledge. If you don't, just please say stuff.
Okay.
Do you know how a patient was checked in via ambulance, PD, or self check-in, ? Family ?
I don't know.
Next question. Who started the IV ? Hospital or pre-hospital care?
Hospital.
And then the next page. It's a two-part, one question. And again, same caveat of if you know, and related to this patient, I'll add that. Is methamphetamine and Adderall the same thing? Would they show up on a drug screen differently? We talked of the drug screen for Ms. Gordon. Can you answer those questions?
Don't know.
All right. Are there any other questions from the jury?
I would think they would show up differently.
Hearing none, Ms. LaVore, you may step down for the time being. There is the possibility that we might need to ask you some additional questions or utilize you in some way. If you would kindly stay in the building, I would ask that you not stay in the courtroom, but stay in the courthouse.
Okay.
And also, to the extent that you see other witnesses, you're under an order due to a granting of the defense motion to separate witnesses, ordered not to discuss this case or have communications about your testimony or the testimony of other witnesses until we fully release you.
Thank you.
Okay, you may step outside the courtroom.
If Adderall and meth showed up at the same, then people on Adderall would always have to be defending the fact that they were just on Adderall.
Confirm
Not
things
bad.
before, again, I make my next decision on timing. Does the state have any other witnesses it wishes to call?
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, who the heck else are you gonna call?
Or the state may.
Yeah, no, I know that.
I don't
I just
don't know.
think it
I would
doesn't
know with no
like
less than 30 seconds of just speaking with one of our witnesses that are out there. The additional testimony would only be a couple questions.
Okay.
I think might address one of the questions that was posed by the jury that's been unanswered.
Okay. What I would like to do, jurors, is allow the state that 30 seconds or perhaps 60 or 90 seconds. Let them come back in, report to me, and we'll figure out our next move. Okay. Thank you, folks.
He's like, I need to know how many more Red Bulls I need. I gotta fix this real quick. It's driving me nuts. It shows up the same. That's scary. Because meth has a lot more stuff in it. You know, bad, like, weird stuff.
Yeah, the witness, as soon as I walked out, she stepped into the bathroom. So
You may have
longer than
another 120 seconds.
I didn't want you to hold me strictly to it.
Thank you.
Agreed, though.
Thank you for checking.
Yes.
All right, I have to fix my screen. This is driving me up the wall. Oh, I made it super tiny. How did I do that? I have no idea. I was just trying to zoom in up here. Sorry, I was trying to zoom in for you, Gabby, so you could see the witnesses or whoever asked. I don't know who it was.
Remind you that you are still
Oh, we're getting her back. Well, well.
under oath.
Christy Ruiz, calling her back.
Okay. Recalling Ms. Ruiz, I'll simply remind you that you are still under oath, ma'am, and you may have a seat.
I don't know if Ronnie's still here, but this is the witness that
Thank you.
couldn't
Am I
identify
approach
the
the witness?
defendant.
You may.
State's line. I have my own.
Fixing it at the break. This is the witness
Ms.
that didn't know the defendant.
Staying here and coming back in. There's a question posed by the jury that I thought you might be able to answer, so I'm going to ask you the same question as long as I can remember it correctly. First question, actually, before we ask the question, you have in front of you State's Exhibit number 1, okay? Some medical records from that particular day that you've already testified about. On page, if you count 1, 2, 3, 4, and then go to the fifth page down. Yep, right there. Do we see the results of drug testing right there?
Yes.
Okay. And we do see, am I correct that we see a positive for amphetamines and THC?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know if, I believe the question previously was if methamphetamine and Adderall will show up on a drug screen the same?
Yes.
Okay.
There
Would
we
it
go.
show up on, would either of those two things show up on this drug screen?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be the amphetamine that's highlighted? Is that
Yeah.
how it would potentially show up?
Yes, they could both screen positive for
Okay.
amphetamine.
And again, the concern in this case was Ambien, is that correct?
Correct.
Not Adderall?
Correct.
And we may have asked you this already, but I just want to clarify. on this particular drug screen, there's not a test for Ambien, is that correct?
That's correct.
So the fact that you don't see the word Ambien here doesn't mean that it wasn't in her, it just means it wasn't able to be tested for.
Correct.
But okay, then she's being shady. Because when she was up there the first time, she said
Does
meth.
the defense have any questions for Ms. Ruiz?
Yes. So to clarify, the positive result of amphetamine could either be methamphetamines or Adderall, and
That is correct.
the difference, or it's not known. Okay. And then I didn't, do you know what time the 72-hour hold was signed?
Your
I
Honor,
object.
may we approach?
You do not need to. I'm going to sustain the objection. That's
Thank you.
beyond the scope of the direct.
Good try.
Any other? Any other questions?
I think maybe we approach.
You may
Of
approach.
course. Why not? All right. Well, she lost a little bit with me because she said meth, right? When she was on the stand the first time. And she could have said it could be meth or Adderall. They test the same. Because what if this woman has a prescription for Adderall? That's a lot different than going out and smoking meth. So I don't like that. And it also, if she was smoking meth, would have, I don't know, maybe made her more crazy. But if you take meth out of the equation, then you take her back to maybe she's having a mental health episode. I think you're right. Even though she says she wasn't in there that long and she didn't even know who she
All right.
was
Any other questions by the defense?
or couldn't identify her in the courtroom.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other on redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Then same caveat as last time, Mr. Ruiz, if you're excused for the moment, if you'd kindly stay in the courthouse a little bit longer, we will circle back with you, ma'am. Same admonition about not speaking with other witnesses in the hallway or otherwise.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I didn't like that. That was shady. You talking about Darlene from the
Does the state have any
Roseanne?
other witnesses that it wishes to call?
No, Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
Yay.
All right, folks, it is 4:28 p.m. I think we're at a really good breaking point. There are some things that the court needs to do outside of the presence of the jury. In my opinion, that's going to take at least a half an hour, especially after we take a 8-minute bathroom break. So I don't want to keep you around to bring you back for 3 minutes. What I would like to do, folks, is to redo that same admonition you're going to have memorized by the end of Friday and ask you to come back tomorrow. So
Oh, I thought they
that being
came back
said,
today.
admonition of jury. I must tell you now, and I will repeat this each time.
All right, I'm fixing my screen. Give me 1 second. And then we can go on to closings. Oh, it made it even smaller.
After we take a 8-minute bathroom break. So I don't want to keep.
What did I do? I don't know what I did. It was even, I tried to, oh my gosh. What the heck did I do? Everything is small. Here we go. Everything is tiny. Even when I open up a new page. Huh. Wow. I think it's so tiny. Huh. Well, let me try something else real quick. See if I can trick it. I didn't. I did not trick it. I didn't hit any percentage things. I was trying, but it's so tiny. I can't read it. See, I could have been a lawyer because I can't I don't know how to do tech either. Turn me back. No. It would shut my whole stream down. Alrighty. Well, I'm pretty sure none of you want to hear the discussion of the lawyers and the judge, if I had to guess. I can't. Oh my goodness. Wait. I just want you to see what I'm looking at. And I've enlarged, I've made it bigger. Oops. But it's small. It's so small. The heck did I do? Oh my. I don't want subscriptions. I I've tried I don't know what I did. I don't, the bottom right. If I hit that, I hit it on accident. Like the I will take that down so you guys don't have to look at that. All right, I don't see that, Ronnie. I have not tried calling it that yet. Oh, wait, what happened? Oh, that's because I was trying to see my other text. What is happening? Huh, I got it. I think I got it. I got it. Whoops. It was in a place I can't close everything out. I even tried opening it on my. Yes. Thank you. I was trying to. I got it. I figured it out. It wasn't even in a place I went. Now it's too big. All right. As everybody leaves. I don't have it. I was kidding. Oh my gosh, you guys. I'm not even reading your stuff. I thought I had it. I will fix it when I'm not up here, when I'm not with you guys. I can at least get around. Chrissy. Hey, I'm old. Give me a little bit of grace. Okay, so I'm assuming you guys don't want to see what they're talking about at the end, or you do want to see what they're talking about at the end. Ha ha. Ha ha. Carmen. All right, I'm getting it there. This is what I get for trying to be nice, so Gabby could see the witnesses. I'm blaming you, Gabby.
Back on the record in case ending CM 1017, but outside the presence of the jury. I know that when counsel and I met in chambers before we started the jury trial, there was some discussion about possible offers of proof. And I would love to be able to, if possible, conclude that this afternoon so that we're ready to go in the morning. But if we need to come in early to do additional offers of proof, I'm not opposed to that. Let me first confirm what I believe is the case. Am I correct that the state does not have any offers of proof that it wishes to make at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and am I correct that the defense still does wish to make offers of proof?
Yeah, yes, just one.
Okay.
Before doing so, one of my coworkers, Ms. Heeman, said that when she was leaving, she noticed all four of the people were talking, and she knew there was a separation of witnesses. She didn't hear what any of them said, but she said as she walked by, they got really quiet. And so
Thank
we're just noting that for the record.
Okay.
And I think Mr. Sweeney has follow-up to it.
Okay. Does the state have any follow-up?
Well, I don't instruct our witnesses, they can't talk to each other. I mean, that's not what the separation of witnesses is. They can't talk about the case and what they testify about. And so I don't tell them that they have to stay separate on the four corners of the building away from everybody.
Oh, that's how I took it.
And I don't know if I specifically told them this too. I generally also tell them, I know I told it to Caleb when he was here alone. I don't remember if I told it to the rest of the group. But I generally also tell them, just don't talk to any of the jurors at all. You don't need to interact at all with the jurors. And so I don't know what there is to take away from it.
I mean, I thought that's what he said.
That's what I instruct the witnesses. I guess the court can do with it what it wishes, but
I will say this, I gave the instruction 4 different times. I didn't have a script that I worked off of, and I recognize that my instructions varied from witness to witness. I believe on at least one occasion, I gave the qualifier, you're not to talk to the other witnesses about this case or the testimony. I believe that's really at the heart of the issue. If they want to, talk about the football game this weekend, I don't, it's kind of a no harm, no foul thing. Do we know, Ms. Caceros, did Ms. Heeman hear anything specific that was being discussed?
No, she said she didn't hear anything and it was just quiet when she walked by. They got quiet.
If nothing else, I think just to avoid the possibility that someone could construe a gathering as discussing testimony, my instructions in the future might be different. However, without any evidence that they were talking about testimony, I'm going to assume that they were not discussing testimony. And if defense counsel or otherwise would like to ask, as witnesses get called in for offers of proof, you were outside in the hallway speaking. Did you speak about any of the testimony today while they're under oath? I have no problem with that question being asked. So that being said, anything else to address at this time?
No, you're right.
Okay. Who is the first witness you'd like to call to elicit testimony?
Ms. Ruiz, please.
Okay.
Wait, we're back to her? Why? Why is she coming in again? Roseanne, you probably could explain this trial to us. How are you? I have to pause so I can tell Roseanne.
Ma'am, if you would stand and raise your hand, I will re-swear you in after that break.
Yeah, because she was unsworn at the break. So, Roseanne, this is a trial of this poor woman, and, well, we think that, but you might not, because you have probably dealt with it in Indiana, and she was in the emergency room. She apparently tried to overdose on Ambien, and the doctor called the judge to put her on a 72-hour hold, but she did not know that, and she was combative in the emergency room. So security's there. She's fighting, spitting, trying to pull her IV out, kicking, being quote unquote verbally assaultive. What did I miss? Yes, I caught the judge in a very bad pause. Anyway, they've charged her with battery with bodily fluids, of public health. And it's kind of crazy because if she was having a mental health episode, it seems like that would kind of excuse her behavior a little. And if she didn't know she was on a 72-hour, because she wanted to leave and she didn't know she was on a 72-hour hold. So that is what is going on in this courtroom. So we've been, Christy and I probably have the most opinions about it, other than what the children are talking about now. So I don't know. It's weird, and I don't know how I feel about it. I understand how I'd feel about it if it was done out on the street to an officer who was trying to arrest somebody. But even if they were having a mental health episode, I would probably be more inclined to drop those charges and not bring those charges. You are the children. and not of the future. So I always be curious about your thoughts. I don't like this nurse that's getting ready to take the stand again for whatever reason. I thought she was super honest at first. But then when she said she didn't say that when her test came back positive, that it came back, she just said it came back positive for meth. Well, then the jury asked a question if meth and Adderall would test the same. And then she said yes. So it's like, well, was she on meth or was she on Adderall? Because those would have could have two different, completely different reactions. Obviously, one is really toxic. Do you put somebody in jail over it, though? I guess I understand that. you guys, you guys are the future. You're my future. Well, yes. You guys get threatened. Officers get threatened. Heck, when I worked in the pharmacy, we got threatened all the time, but we couldn't do a thing about it. We certainly weren't able to call the police. So I don't know. I don't know that I would put somebody in jail over it, especially because she wasn't in a good state and she wasn't in a good state of mind and she didn't know what was going on. Well, I don't know how to fight, Gabby. Is that obvious yet? And I have Carmen. So, and I have Super Son. Yes, and no one took the time to explain what was happening to her. Yes, yes, I would have been fighting too if somebody was trying to restrain me to a bed and didn't tell me why. Yeah. But I'm wondering why they have this nurse back again outside the presence of the jury. I deserve that. I deserve it. They being the patient? Well, Carmen's serious injury is different. Because nobody was injured in this. The only person that probably could have been injured in this was the defendant. I don't know, Carmen. I'm trying to read all the comments and I forgot the question. Well, that probably would have helped a lot, Roseanne, if somebody would have just told her what was happening. And they didn't. But one of the security people, women, officers, whatever, she kind of I thought she had an attitude and a grudge. She was a police officer before she was a security officer, but she seemed really mad about some of the stuff this woman said to her. But I'm thinking that You can't tell me you didn't hear that on the streets. My gosh, people talk to officers. It's horrible. All right, we're going to relieve this judge, although he does look like he has relieved himself. I know you guys already. Carmen, that's not nice. You guys have already had your conversations about him.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am. Ma'am, I will give you a brief caveat. There are certain questions that the court ruled on earlier that would not be allowed to be asked or answered in front of the jury. And at this time, outside of the presence of the jury, defense counsel would like to ask those questions so that we would know what your answers would be to them. They are allowed to do that. And I will turn this over to Ms. Caceros.
Well, we will find out.
First, to clarify a different issue, you and your coworkers were speaking outside and there was an order to not discuss any testimony. When the four of you spoke, did you discuss testimony?
No, we were talking about work
Okay,
in general.
thank you. So, Miss Gordon was in the hospital for self-harm?
Yes.
Okay, and that's because she tried to kill herself?
Or
That's what was
harm
reported?
herself by taking too many pills.
Okay, and the pills reported that she reportedly took too many of were Ambien?
Right.
And are you aware of side effects of Ambien?
No, just excessive sleepiness on a normal, like one pill dose of Ambien. I don't know what side effects would be for an overdose of Ambien.
Okay. And have you ever treated anyone at the hospital for side effects of Ambien?
No.
Okay. And then if we asked about her mental state, I believe you testified to her being aggravated, cussing, loud, combative,
Mhm.
correct? When she was behaving this way, did she seem to be like alert and oriented towards the situation?
I would think so.
The comments, the yelling things, things she yelled out, did it seem to make sense?
I don't recall exactly the things that she was saying while yelling out, so I can't attest to that.
Okay.
I agree.
And they brought in a medical report,
Stormy.
Exhibit 1. On it was marked acute psychosis, delirium, acute confused state. Can you tell us what that means?
That is a remark that would be put in there by the doctor, and they would make the judgment on whether the patient was in that state and what that means. In my experience or opinion, it's when they are not oriented to themselves, the place, the time, all of these things. They're not, coherent.
Okay. And then he also noted, among other things, was an acute psychosis. Can you tell us what that means?
That is when, the patient is kind of having a break from reality. Essentially, you're not able to comprehend what is going on.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay. Does the state have any questions?
Nope, no questions, sir.
Okay. The court has some questions, Mr. Ruiz.
Yes.
I believe that Ms. Caceros asked you if you had learned of the defendant taking some Ambien before she got to the hospital on June 20th of 2020. How did you learn that?
When talking to the staff to find out what was going on with the patient, when they alerted me that she was getting agitated, because I am in charge of caring for like the entire emergency department. We can have 40, 50 patients just in the treatment rooms in the back. So I was trying to get a little bit of background of the situation, and that's when I was informed.
Okay. You talked about delirium and you talked about acute psychosis. I want to start with delirium. Can a patient reach a state of delirium by intentionally ingesting too much Ambien?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know enough about side effects. I'm sorry.
Okay. Can a patient reach a state of delirium by ingesting, voluntarily ingesting too much of any drug?
Yes.
Okay. Would drugs such as create that delirium?
You don't know the answer to that?
Would drugs such as methamphetamine create that delirium potentially?
Yes, I have seen that.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the acute psychosis, or someone being in a temporary state of acute psychosis. Can a patient place themselves in a state of acute psychosis by voluntarily ingesting drugs or other substances?
I would say yes.
Okay. And which of the drugs that we've heard of today could cause that temporary state of acute psychosis?
I said methamphetamines could do that.
Okay. And were you told that methamphetamine was something that Ms. Gordon ingested on June 20th?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who told you that?
That was part, again, of when I was being informed of what was going on with the patient, that there was reported methamphetamine used by the patient as well prior to coming in.
Would it have been another nurse on duty at that time?
Yes.
And do you know the specific nurse?
I believe it was Karen, who is not here today.
Okay. What is Karen's last name?
Vanderstein?
Thank you. All right. Did any question that I asked lead to an additional question by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Any other questions from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Now, does the defense wish for Ms. Ruiz to remain under an obligation to come back for the defense's case tomorrow?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then Ms. Ruiz, you are officially relieved of your obligation. You do not need to come back tomorrow, and you do not need to stick around this evening. Please refrain from speaking to the other witnesses about this case or otherwise, just in an abundance of caution in light of the circumstances.
Okay,
And have a good evening.
thank you.
Does the defense wish to call another witness?
No additional witnesses. No.
Okay, so that I know the defense plan, if you know it at this time, does the defense plan to call any witnesses before the jury tomorrow?
No.
Does the defense wish to make any record at this time
Darn, I thought
about
you might
the
testify.
defendant's voluntary decision not to testify or anything else related to that matter?
One other thing regarding the order to state in the motion limine, the defense started to try to find specialists regarding Ambien, but based in this motion and the restrictions of it, we did not pursue that.
Okay.
Any further.
Ms. Caiceros, I believe we discussed this in chambers before we started today, but just to make the record clear, my understanding is that the defense wanted to raise a defense of involuntary intoxication, indicating that the defendant voluntarily took some substances, but did not know of the potential effects of them. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you know the substances that substances that your client voluntarily took on June 20th of 2020 or the day before, for example?
She had reported taking Ambien.
Okay. How about methamphetamine?
She didn't report that to us.
Okay. Or anything else besides Ambien?
No. And I would know, I don't know where, like there's meth in that report, but it doesn't, they didn't actually test for meth. So I don't know if a nurse wrote that, if she had reported it, it's not evidence of where that came from, as far as I know.
Testimony was that meth, a test, if there was meth in her system, it would show up on that positive as amphetamine.
As would Adderall.
Correct.
And she could have been, so there's no actual evidence that she used methamphetamine.
Well, no, you just said that it didn't, sorry, we shouldn't argue back and forth. That's an improper.
That's okay. I'll allow you. We're kind of an open discussion here.
Judge is like,
I think it was an
and
improper
fight.
phrase. I think you said something to the effect of there wasn't any positive test. Anything in the testing that related to that, but potentially could. We don't know for certain because of how they do their testing.
I agree.
And Ms. Caceres, let me try to clarify a few more things. Is it the defense's understanding of the situation that Ms. Gordon intentionally took Ambien in an effort to take her life on June 20th of 2020?
That's what Ms. Gordon reported to me, as well as I believe to the hospital, according to the reports the hospitals provided.
Okay, so it's your understanding that she believed the Ambien was going to have some effect on her, including possibly death?
My understanding is that was her goal.
Okay, all right. Okay, folks, well, I don't think there's anything else that we need to establish on the record yet today. Since the defense does not plan to call witnesses, at least as of now, what I'll do in front of the jury tomorrow morning is simply ask the defense if it has any witnesses it wishes to call. This way, if anything changes between now and tomorrow morning, you can let me know. And if you do have witnesses to call, you can go forward with them. Once the defense rests, I will probably go right into closing arguments for both sides, since you'll have an evening and a morning to prepare for them. But I do want to confirm, in the event that Ms. Gordon chooses not to testify, would you like to make a record at this time about that, about any discussions about the possibility,
Thank you, Gabby.
the desire not
I
to, the
take
fact
my
that she does
comment
not
back.
need to, it's a constitutional right to remain silent?
You guys are making me feel bad.
In the morning, can we make that record?
We certainly can. I'm just trying to avoid some awkwardness if the jury is brought in. I suppose all counsel and Ms. Gordon will be here first. We can make any record that you'd like after it's definitive. Then we'll call the jury in and get going. And if you need to simply rest right away, then we can get right into our closing arguments. Anything else that's anticipated that we need to address outside the presence of the jury?
Your Honor, is this the appropriate time to make a motion for judgment as to a matter of law?
You may. The state has rested.
I know,
Can I
but
make a motion to dismiss count
Yes,
3 as to a judgment as a matter of law because they failed to actually authenticate that she was a nurse? All they said that she was a registered nurse and had school. They never referred to a license or
what?
passing the boards, which is required.
Any response by the state?
Well, I believe, yes, sorry. I'm just kidding. Nurse is the first prong of that emergency. I forget the exact phrase of the public safety official, the emergency. Sorry, I don't have it memorized. But from my recollection, nursing is the first prong of that, or I think we have it. We can just pull it. Yeah, that instruction. Or other person who provides emergency medical services in the course of the person's employment. I think it's very clear that
So, Roseanne, when they had the nurse that was just on the stand, actually, they didn't do it with either one of them. With the either nurse they had on the stand, all they did was ask them where they went to school, and that was it, and how long they had been a registered nurse. They did not go into licensing and all the other stuff that he's now wanting to go into, but neither did the defense. So I don't think that's going to probably work. If that's what you're confused about. So I would assume that they are count 3 battery. I give up. Battery by bodily fluid for of public health. Because one of the nurses, the nurse that was on the stand a minute ago, um, she got spit in that. When she spit on her, it hit her eye. If that's what you're confused on. I see you over there, Gabby.
That Christy Ruiz, who is the subject of that third count, at the very least would qualify under that if she does do that every day and testified to that and was doing that on this day in question. She also would qualify, we would suggest, to the first one if she wasn't a registered nurse. Counsel could have cross-examined her on that. She testified to that. There's no requirement in there that a license must be provided. They could have questioned her on that in cross-examination. She did testify that she went to nursing school and that she passed nursing school. So I think it's a little bad faith, quite frankly, but the state would suggest that she meets both of those.
Does the defense have any response to that?
Other than the burden is on the state to prove their witness. We wouldn't want to cross and then lose that chance of rebutting that issue.
And we presented evidence that the jury can listen and they can take that into consideration. If they don't believe it beyond a reasonable doubt, they don't. If they don't believe she's a nurse, they'll find her not guilty. That's for their prerogative. It doesn't go to admission. It goes, this is essentially a weighted argument that counsel's making, which is, improper at this point in the stage. The evidence is in. There's no requirement under the statute that a hard license or certificate must be admitted.
I believe that there was sufficient testimonial evidence to establish that Ms. Ruiz was a nurse on June 20th of 2020. I believe she testified that she had been a nurse at Elkhart General for 5 or 6 years, 5.5 years, something like that. I believe that a jury can do the math and figure out that June 20th of 2020 was 2.5 years ago, and that 5 is more than 2.5. So I will deny the defense request for dismissal.
It was more than
based on
2.5
lack of
years
evidence.
ago. This just
I
happened.
do want to ask before we part ways, if there are no other issues, if we can confirm the final jury instructions.
Right? And that would be on the hospital if she was pulling something like
Typically,
that.
they're all in order. Typically, the amendments to the preliminary instructions that are
All right, you guys
for the
ready to
same type of
go on
instructions
to
that are contained in the final. For example, number 6 being amended to 6A, B, C, D does not need to be rehashed. And typically, we pull one of the 2 instructions about whether or not the defendant testified or chose not to testify. So I think that
All right, let's go on to the next. Let's go get this last day and get this over. Ew, gross. Gabby. Yuck. Oh, goodness. I do not like germs at all. Yeah, there was a dumb argument that they made, Roseanne. And I did agree with them that that wasn't their burden to prove, but they could have asked. They could have asked. And she's been a nurse since 2013. She'd be pulling off the ultimate scam. All right, we're going to do closings. All right, Stormy. If you watch the rest of this, just scroll to the verdict. Have a good weekend, Stormy. See you Monday. Oh, and Roseanne, this judge shows the jury. And Ronnie, I don't know if you figured that out too, that that's the jury sitting there, which is crazy.
All right. You may all be seated.
You may all be seated. Blessings
Good
on
morning,
you.
everyone. Hope everyone had a good night's sleep. You might recall that when we parted ways, the state had just rested its case. It's now the defense turn. I will ask, does the defense have any witnesses that it would like to call today?
No, Your Honor, defense rests.
Okay. With the defense resting, it'll be time for closing arguments. Because the state bears the burden of proof, they get to make their arguments first, and they also have some time for rebuttal after defense's closing arguments. The state may give its closing argument.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Funny, she didn't need that for her opening. Hey, Hamilton. Let's get into the good part.
For the record, the state would like to reserve some time for rebuttal.
You have it.
Good morning. Morning. I'm going to start this off with a term that you heard earlier in the trial, and that's behavior. Sounds familiar, right? I'm essentially going to use that to look at everything you heard yesterday and what you're going to hear today. You heard testimony yesterday about the behavior of Janette Gordon on June 20th of 2020 in Elkhart County, state of Indiana, while she was at the Elkhart General Hospital. And you heard about some of her actions and some of her behavior.
Hang on, I gotta fill Hamilton in. Hamilton, this is about a woman who was admitted to the emergency room, had taken Ambien to self-delete or harm. The doctor called the judge to get her put on a 72-hour hold. She was put on a 72-hour hold, but nobody told her. And she wanted to leave, and she got combative, and they were trying to restrain her to the bed. I would say they eventually did get her restrained to the bed, and they charged her. She was spitting, hitting, kicking, kneeing, doing lots of being mean, saying mean things. And they charged her with battery by bodily fluid, and battery by bodily fluid to public health. But nobody ever told her why she couldn't leave, and that she wasn't allowed to leave for 72 hours. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird thing. So I'm glad you and Roseanne are here. But they're doing closing arguments now. So the nurses testified, no doctors testified, 2 security people testified. 2 security and 2 nurses, I think, is all we saw. And that's pretty much sums it up.
And those are going to be the following.
We'll never
Kicking.
get close enough to see that.
While she was in the ER patient room, she was kicking at several different staff members.
Nothing about alcohol was said at all.
Biting. We heard that she bit Darlene Miller in such a way that it broke skin. We also heard Carrie Nabalski say that she observed Miss Gordon bite Darlene Miller while she was in her active duties, active responsibility of trying to assist this patient. Scratching and clawing. We heard that as well. We heard Darlene Miller give testimony that again, while she was operating in her general scope as a security officer at EGH, that Miss Gordon was scratching at her and clawing at her in such a way that it resulted in redness on her skin.
Well,
Spitting. We heard a lot about spitting. Spitting on the floor, spitting on doors, spitting on windows, spitting on people, spitting on Caleb Carter, another EGH security officer, as well as at Christy Ruiz, who was a registered nurse that was trying to administer care to Miss Gordon in a calm and compassionate manner. We also heard with the spitting that there were concerns potentially just with anybody's bodily fluid of risk of infection, communicable diseases, with anybody. That's always a concern for anybody in any atmosphere, and especially more so at a hospital setting.
this is my state.
We heard about threats. We heard about a lot of obscene, vulgar language that I dare not repeat.
Surprising.
You already heard Ms. Miller go ahead and go off on, diatribe about everything that she heard Ms. Gordon say, everything that was directed specifically towards her, including that Ms. Gordon would be going after Ms. Miller at some point in time. She'd be following her, threatening her family. We also heard about how Ms. Gordon was attempting to rip out her IVs. She was attempting to take out any type of medical equipment or assistance that was placed in her. Again, the ripping out of the IVs can go back to some of the issues that we had concerning spitting with biohazards that could harm not only Ms. Gordon, but any of the staff or anybody else that would be walking into or out of that room. So these all together were her behaviors on that date and time that were all very concerning, inappropriate, and are the reasons that we're here today. Now, each one of those individuals I previously mentioned, Darlene Miller, Caleb Carter, and Christy Ruiz, those are victims, okay? What do all those people have in common, aside from working at EGH? They're frontline workers. They're essential workers, they're caregivers, they have jobs and responsibilities of providing healthcare, medical services to individuals. They have jobs and responsibilities of providing protective services to individuals. Those frontline workers, those are the people that protect our community when emergencies happen. They devote their lives to public service. At base level, they have stressing, demanding jobs. Being essential, sometimes they're underappreciated. In this particular instance, Ms. Gordon's behaviors towards each and every one of those individuals was more than underappreciation. It was repugnant. It was downright nasty at times. Take Christy Ruiz, our registered nurse, for example. As I previously mentioned, she was there in that patient room. She's a charged nurse. She was there trying to keep flow, administer services, make sure everybody was getting the proper medications. She was trying to administer care compassionately and to the best of her ability. What did she receive? What kind of dividends did she get from that? She was spat in her face. She was spat in her eye. Again, it was concerning to her, especially given this time of COVID as well, being the summer of 2020. She said that it was a risk of infection, a risk of communicable diseases. What I want you to remember is when she was testifying, she said that spit was not accidental. That spit was not incidental. Unlike somebody that might be having a conversation and they're talking, you might have some Sylvester the cat, right? Spits a lot, okay? Just in the course of having a conversation. That was not what Ms. Gordon did here today, or on that day, June 20th, 2020. Her spit had purpose, it had force behind it, it has chutzpah, it had a target. And that target was her, registered nurse that was attempting to help Ms. Gordon. We also heard testimony from Caleb Carter, another EGH security officer that came on scene to assist. He was just doing his job. He was just trying to make sure that the situation was being addressed as appropriately as possible, given all the chaos that was ensuing. What was he met with? A slap to the left side of his face and more spit to his face. Caleb Carter was just doing his job. He was just trying to protect anybody else in that room, all the other staff, medical techs, nurses, trying to protect any of the other patients that were in the emergency department on that date and time. And he was also trying to protect Ms. Gordon, whether or not she wants to acknowledge that. We also have Darlene Miller, who was another security guard. She was the first person to arrive on scene. So she attempted to de-escalate the situation first. She attempted to talk to Ms. Gordon, make some statements. We heard about how Ms. Gordon got right in her face, directly right in her face. Darlene Miller, essentially on that date and time, was acting as a human shield. She was a human wall between Ms. Gordon and her behavior, trying to protect the one-on-one tech that we heard. From when Ms. Gordon, after that de-escalation technique was not working, Ms. Gordon was attempting to take a swing at this one-on-one tech, who had been sitting at her bedside the entire time, at least for an hour, we know, upon her admission into the emergency department. Again, as we talked about with some threats, the vulgarness of Ms. Lynn's speech, we heard Ms. Miller up here yesterday spew it all out exactly. Almost 2 years later, over 2 years later, almost 2.5 years later, she remembered almost verbatim what Ms. Gordon had been saying. When someone's coming at you and making those type of threats and commentary, it's going to be traumatic. It's going to be dramatic. You're going to remember something like that. We heard about fighting. We heard about complying. We also heard Ms. Miller state that in all the time she had been spending in that emergency room, that emergency patient room with Ms. Gordon, that her observations was that Ms. Gordon knew what she was doing. Ms. Gordon knew what she was saying. I believe the exact quote Darlene Miller used was, Ms. Gordon was articulating quite well in regards to the threats that she was making. When you're making those type of threats towards a person, those very specific threats towards the person, and exactly what you're planning to do to that person, the wheels are turning upstairs. The lights are on. Someone's at home. We also heard Ms. Miller talk about how Ms. Gordon was acting in such a way to intimidate, scare, and try to fight. Okay? Back to the scaring and the intimidating, just what I just said a couple seconds ago. Making those type of threats, it's taking an intellectual capacity. You're putting these words together, you're forming them in sentences and directing them at certain people. In regards to fighting, that's going to take a level of physicality for you to be punching, kicking, clawing, scratching. Now, those are our victims and everything that happened to each one of these individuals while they were at work. What else do we have in this case? Well, we do have, per the records, medical records that were introduced by the state, we have admitted methamphetamine use. We have a positive screen for amphetamines, which could relate back to the methamphetamine. We have an active screen for THC being in her system. We have several statements about the reason she scored and have been admitted there today for that date and time was because of an overdose on Ambien. Take those three things into consideration. Those are three things she had in her system. I'm going to close with the statement that no one, regardless of what your position is, attorney, a nurse, chef, somebody at a school, a teacher, no one should have to experience violence in the terms of verbal aggression and physical assault in your workplace at all. Doesn't matter what your position is. You should be able to go to work and expect to have a day at work where you're not going to be subjected to any of these things from anyone. So the state today stands before you believing that we have proved 1 count of battery against Darlene Miller as the victim, 1 count of battery by bodily waste as having Caleb Carter as the victim, and 1 count of battery by bodily waste against a public safety official against Christy Ruiz because she is a registered nurse. We believe we've proved all those things beyond reasonable doubt. And we would ask you to return a verdict of guilty on each one of those counts. Thank you.
Thank you. The defense can give its closing argument.
One. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'd like to first just remind you of the constitutional rights, Ms. Gordon's right to not testify. We talked about that during voir dire, and there are many reasons why someone may choose not to testify. And I just want to remind you today when you're deliberating that her choice to not testify today can't go into consideration for whether you find her guilty or not. The other thing I'm going to remind you of is the presumption of innocence. Right now, still at this point, she's not guilty. And so the state has put on their case yesterday, and they're required to show all the elements of these crimes for you to decide that she did the 3 different batteries against the people. One of the elements is knowingly. I want to remind you of some of the testimony yesterday. We talked about escalation is common at the hospital, people acting erratic. It's not uncommon that people with mental health problems come into the ER, and security is actually specifically trained to de-escalate, to whatever, restrain people and other things. So this is something that happens at the hospital. It doesn't mean it's okay, but it's something they're prepared for because it happens, is what they testify to. Ms. Gordon was at the hospital in a vulnerable state, and at least, we had varying testimony, but at least 4 people were holding her down to restrain her. When all she really wanted to do, from what they testified to, was to leave. And she couldn't leave. And 4 people she didn't know kept her there, give or take. In addition, we heard various testimony of the nurses and security's perception of whether she understood what she was doing. I want to point out, though, on the state's evidence, the doctor marked her down for a delirium with acute confused state and acute psychosis. So the defense would argue that the state failed to meet the burden of proving that Ms. Gordon knowingly acted in the way she did throughout the time she was at the hospital. And so when you deliberate today, we're asking you to find Ms. Gordon not guilty of battery because the state did not meet all the elements regarding proving that Ms. Gordon knew what she was doing that day. Thank you.
Well, that was quick. Oh, we got rebuttal.
Sorry.
That's okay. When the state is ready, the state may give its rebuttal.
So the defense makes some points here in their closing argument, and they bring up restraints and essentially confinement. And about how 4 different individuals held her down, restrained her, kept her there. Well, I want the jury to remember that she was there because she was on a 72-hour hold. The restraints placed on her because they were ordered by a physician, an attending doctor at that emergency department. That Ms. Gordon's behavior was so combative enough that after they went through their various steps, and we heard from several different witnesses about the different steps that they take. De-escalation, holds, taps, which were the nylon restraints that were placed on her wrists and placed on her ankles. It can be inferred that the taps, if you follow that hierarchy, were a last resort that had to be used before anything else was going to be done. They tried the de-escalation. Every individual that entered that room tried the de-escalation. It wasn't working. We also heard about medication. That was another alternative option that they attempted to do. They attempted to give her some type of medication. Carrie Navalsky, Lalore testified to that. It didn't work. Ms. Gordon's behavior kept escalating and ratcheting up and ratcheting up. Also want to point out to the jury that Ms. Gordon's behavior was also combative before the restraints, taps were even placed on. There had been testimony that said that she was walking about her ER patient room daily. She was making threats at that point in time. In my initial close, I also talked about how Darlene Miller was acting as a human wall, a human shield to protect the one-on-one tech nurse or tech assistant that had been there. That also happened before Ms. Gordon was ever placed or held down, placed in taps to restrain her. Defense brings up delirium and acute psychosis as potential rationales as to why Ms. Gordon didn't understand what she was doing or could not meet that knowing element of the statute. Which, if you recall, and you see it in your instructions, knowingly is high probability that a person is doing a certain action, a certain behavior. Her testimony, again, I'll go back to the testimony of Darlene Miller. Ms. Gordon knew exactly what she was doing in terms of physical movements as well as her verbal commentary. The state would also like to point out that Ms. Gordon knew what she was doing when she was taking the Ambien. That is essentially the genesis for why then she ended up at the emergency department on that date and time. Defense's arguments essentially are trying to shift blame here, trying to turn Ms. Gordon into the victim. But I want everybody on the jury to remember that the evidence that was presented yesterday demonstrates concretely Ms. Gordon is not the victim. We have three victims. For Darlene Miller, Christy Ruiz, and Caleb Carter. And each one of them was subjected to a battery. So you're hearing about delirium, acute psychosis, being held down, having 4 different people, 4 scary different people that she never knew. It's all excuses essentially for Ms. Gordon's behavior as to what she did. Defense is taking you over here. That's a distraction. You need to be focusing back over here. Ms. Gordon's not the victim in this case. As I mentioned, we have 3 victims. We met them yesterday. They spoke to you. Their stories were all consistent. The state hopes that you believe them. And again, returns a guilty verdict on all 3 counts. Thank you.
Members of the jury, it's now my duty to give you the principles of law which you'll be using in reaching your verdict in this case. This is final instruction number 1. In giving these instructions, I have no right to assume, and I do not assume, that any particular fact or facts have been established. Under the Constitution of the State of Indiana, it is exclusively your right and your duty to determine from all the evidence what has and what has not been proved. In doing so, you should consider each instruction in light of every other instruction, and you should apply each stated principle of law to all evidence admitted during the trial to which you find that principle to apply. Final instruction number 2. You are to consider all of the instructions, both preliminary and final, together. Do not single out any certain sentence or any individual point or instruction and ignore the others. Final instruction number 3. Under the Constitution of Indiana, you have the right to determine both the law and the facts. The court's instruction are your best source in determining the law. Final instruction number 4. In this case, the state of Indiana has charged the defendant with count 1, battery, count 2, battery by bodily waste, count 3, battery by bodily waste against a public safety official. The charges read as follows. Count 1, that on or about June 20, 2020, at the County of Elkhart, State of Indiana, one Janette R. Gordon did knowingly touch another person, to wit, one Darlene Miller, in a rude, insolent, or angry manner, all of which is contrary to the form of Indiana Code 35-42-2-1C1, contrary to the form of the statute in such cases made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Indiana. Count 2, that on or about June 20 of 2020, at the County of Elkhart, State of Indiana, one Janette R. Gordon did knowingly or intentionally, in a rude, insolent, or angry manner, place bodily fluid on Caleb Carter by spitting, all of which is contrary to the form of Indiana Code 35-42-2-1C2, contrary to the form of the statute in such cases made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Indiana. Count 3, that on or about June 20 of 2020, at the County of Elkhart, State of Indiana, one Janette R. Gordon did knowingly and in a rude, insolent, and angry manner, place any bodily fluid upon a public safety official, to wit, Christy Ruiz, RN, of Elkhart General Hospital, while the emergency medical service provider was engaged in the execution of her official duty, all of which is contrary to the form of Indiana Code 35-42-2-1C2 and E2, contrary to the form of the statute in such cases made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Indiana.
All right, sorry. I was trying to make
Final
sure the
instruction
chat
number 5.
replayed.
The crime of battery, a Class B misdemeanor, is defined by law as follows.
I don't know if we can
person
say,
who knowingly or intentionally
I can't,
touches another person
I think
in
we
a
can say
rude,
it. I think
insolent,
that word's
or
okay.
angry manner commits battery.
We'll see.
Before you may convict the defendant, the state must have proved each of the following beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, the defendant. 2, knowingly or intentionally. 3, touched Darlene Miller, another person. 4, in a rude, insolent, or angry manner. If the state failed to prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty of battery, a Class B misdemeanor, charged in count 1. The crime of battery by bodily waste, a Class B misdemeanor, is defined by law as follows. A person who knowingly or intentionally, in a rude, insolent, or angry manner, places any bodily fluid or waste on another person commits battery. Before you may convict the defendant, the state must have proved each of the following beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, the defendant. 2, knowingly or intentionally. 3, place bodily fluid or waste on Caleb Carter, another person. 4, in a rude, insolent, or angry manner. If the state failed to prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty of battery by bodily waste, a Class B misdemeanor, charged in count 2. The crime of battery by bodily waste against a public safety official, a level 6 felony, is defined by law as follows. A person who knowingly or intentionally, in a rude, insolent, or angry manner, places any bodily fluid or waste on a public safety official while the official is engaged in the official's official duty commits battery. Before you may convict the defendant, the state must have proved each of the following beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the defendant. Number 2, knowingly or intentionally. Number 3, place bodily fluid or waste on Christy Ruiz, another person. Number 4, in a rude, insolent, or angry manner. Number 5, when Christy Ruiz, an emergency medical services provider, was engaged in her official duty. If the state failed to prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty of battery by bodily waste against a public safety official, a level 6 felony, as charged in count 3. Final instruction 6A. Knowingly is defined by statutes as follows. A person engages in conduct knowingly if when he or she engages in this conduct, he or she is aware of a high probability that he is doing so. Final instruction 6B. The term emergency medical service provider means a nurse licensed under Indiana Code 35-23 or other person who provides emergency medical services in the course of the person's employment. The term public safety official means an emergency medical service provider. Final instruction 6D. A person commits an offense only if he voluntarily engages in conduct in violation of the statute defining the offense. Final instruction number 7. The charge that has been filed or the charges that have been filed are the formal methods of bringing the defendant to trial. The filing of a charge or charges or the defendant's arrest is not to be considered by you as any evidence of guilt. Final instruction number 8. Under the law of the state, a person charged with a crime is presumed to be innocent. This presumption of innocence continues in favor of defendant throughout each stage of the trial, and you should fit the evidence presented to the presumption that the defendant is innocent if you can reasonably do so. If the evidence lends itself to two reasonable interpretations, you must choose the interpretation consistent with the defendant's innocence. If there is only one reasonable interpretation, you must accept that interpretation and consider the evidence with all the other evidence in the case in making your decision. To overcome the presumption of innocence, the state must prove the defendant guilty of each element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to present any evidence to prove his or her innocence or to prove or explain anything. Final instruction number 9. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime or crimes charged. It is a strict and heavy burden. The evidence must overcome any reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt, but it does not mean that the defendant's guilt must be proved beyond all possible doubt. A reasonable doubt is a fair, actual, and logical doubt based upon reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt may arise either from the evidence or from a lack of evidence. Reasonable doubt exists when you are not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt after you have weighed and considered all the evidence. A defendant must not be convicted on suspicion or speculation. It is not enough for the state to show that the defendant is probably guilty. On the other hand, there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. The state does not have to overcome every possible doubt. The state must prove each element of the crime by evidence that firmly convinces each of you and leaves no reasonable doubt. The proof must be so convincing that you can rely and act upon it in this matter of the highest importance. If you find that there is a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime or crimes, you must give the defendant the benefit of that doubt and find the defendant not guilty of the crime or crimes under consideration. Final instruction number 10. You are the exclusive judges of the evidence, which may be either witness testimony or exhibits. In considering the evidence, it is your duty to decide the value you give to the exhibits that you receive and the testimony that you hear. In determining the value to give to a witness's testimony, some factors you may consider are the witness's ability and opportunity to observe, the behavior of the witness while testifying, any interest, bias, or prejudice the witness may have, any relationship with people involved in the case,
but she drops
the
the big
reasonableness
M.
of the testimony considering the other evidence, your knowledge, common sense, and life experiences. You should not disregard the testimony of any witness without a reason and without careful consideration. If you find conflicting testimony, you may have to decide what testimony you believe and what testimony you do not believe. You may believe all of what a witness said, or only part of it, or none of it. The quantity of evidence or the number of witnesses need not control your determination of the truth. You should give the greatest value to the evidence you find most convincing. Final instruction number 11. Your verdict should be based on the law and the facts as you find them. It should not be based on sympathy or bias.
It was so funny. It's fine.
Final instruction number 12.
I think we get a few
Statements
every now
made
and
by
then.
the attorneys are not evidence.
Oh,
Final instruction number 13. No defendant may be compelled to testify. A defendant has no obligation to testify. The defendant did not testify. You must not consider this in any way. Final instruction number 14. To return a verdict, each of you must agree to it. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only
Okay.
after considering the evidence with the other jurors. It is your duty to
He keeps saying final instruction and gets my hopes up. So he got through all our charges. That's really kind of all I wanted to hear. Now this is just the regular stuff. But Hamilton, please don't apologize. That was hilarious. Oh, by the way, it's only whatever I only did it to YouTube. Everything else is fine. So I will have to fix that later. But yeah. Also have to. We don't want you to be either, Roseanne. I don't want anybody to be. Sorry, I can't see things because I made my YouTube stuff really, really small. You're So it looks like they maybe deliberated a couple of hours, if that long.
You may be seated, folks. Okay, we're back on the record for CM 1017. I'll start my video. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury has indicated that they have reached a verdict in this case. So prior to bringing the jury back for
I
the
did it.
determination of the verdict, I want to state that out of respect for the jury, I would ask that we not have any emotional outbursts here in the courtroom. If there are any outbursts of any type, they will be addressed accordingly and you may be escorted from the courtroom. Madam Bailiff, please bring in the jury and all please rise for the
Oh.
jury.
No, you're fine. No worries. The judge lost his head again. Chrissy, are you umming at me? Here comes the jury. Don't look. Again, my state is very new to streaming trials and court hearings. So they just don't know, apparently.
You may all be seated.
We shall see.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I understand you have reached a verdict. Is that the case? Okay. And who is the foreperson of the jury? Mr. Fry, will you please deliver the verdict to the bailiff who will come and get it from you?
Why? Don't you want to be seen on camera?
Thank you.
He said his name. Just show his face.
I will now read the verdict. The verdict on count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of battery. The verdict on count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of battery by bodily waste. And the verdict on count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of battery by bodily waste against a public safety official. Would the defense desire to hold the jury?
No, Your Honor.
All right, at this time, does the state have a motion for a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor. State would ask for a motion on, or a judgment on the verdict.
The court is going to take that under advisement until such time as we can schedule sentencing. I'm going to order a pre-sentence investigation and order the defendant to cooperate with probation in preparing that pre-sentence investigation. I'm going to set sentencing, which must be done within 30 days, for Friday, January 13th at 11 a.m. That is immediately after one of your other cases, Ms. Caceros. Friday, January 13th of next year at 11 a.m. I'll order you, Ms. Gordon, to appear for that in person. I'll order the state to give victim notification to the victims in this case, their right to be present for sentencing.
Okay, I'm completely confused because this, I just, I just watched this. This is so weird. Now, when did this happen then? Because he said a couple things he said 2 years ago. We couldn't stream trials 2 years ago in this state. I am so confused. Not that I'll be able to find it. I'll make you guys look at that. Before I go look for that, though, I was watching Family Guy last night, and the episode that came on was too perfect and too funny, and I have to show you just a clip to not get in trouble. I think I have like 5 seconds that I can show. This would be if I was trying to read the alphabet to Gabby. In just 1 second. Hey, stop it. Carmen.
DC books with their little ones. So let's practice that, shall we?
A, asswipe.
Okay, close, close. How about this one?
B, bastard.
We are O for 2. Yeah, I'm going to skip C. Feel like I know what you're going to say for that. D, F, and I know you're going to go for...
That's all I can play. But it made me laugh. Because I figured it was very on the money. I don't know, Hamilton. I'm trying to find the sentencing. Give me a sec. Because I seriously thought this just happened. right, I'm trying to trick my computer. It didn't work. This one's better, but whatever I did, I apparently did it really, really well. There was no tricking my computer. Well, I had to relook because I was thinking about it in my mind last time. Like, he didn't say what they would have said for E, and he didn't say E. He skipped E and went to F. So that makes sense. All right, now I gotta go find this courtroom. And I'm wondering why this guy has stuff listed that didn't happen when it says it happened. This on his thing says it happened 12 days ago. So now I don't believe anything. Okay. I know what I'm not going to be able to do is find it today because I can't I have to listen to it because I don't know where I mean, I know I'm looking for January, but since that says 12 days ago and it clearly was not 12 days ago now that we know that judge is lying. Liar judge. Well, okay. That's all I have. I think we just have one sentencing next week. Yes. Liar judge. Yes. That bastard. Oh my gosh, I just have jokes in my mind that I can't say because of his name. And I haven't really looked at any of it just because I've been making inappropriate jokes in my mind. But you all feel free. Yeah, there's not a lot. Oh, I know one other thing I was going to tell you guys. I'm not going to do Chad Daybell trial or him, whatever. That is expected to go 8 to 10 weeks. See, you guys get it. You know where my mind was going. So we're not gonna, I mean, we can like pop in and see what's going on if we don't have anything else to do, but that's a long time. So I'm not gonna do that. Um did you say it right, Carmen? Did you tell her how to say it right? Um, I'm going to keep looking though to see if I can find that one I was telling you guys about at the beginning of this stream. Uh, bye, Ronnie. Have a good weekend. Uh, because I really want to see how that one turns out. And I think it's just interesting because it's coming at it from another way. Felicia had said something about Judge Boyd having something coming up next week. So I've been trying to check. I found her docket finally, but it's only posted through this week. So I will have to look at that Monday and see if I can find it for Wednesday. Monday's the 1st, right? So we have Hamilton's birthday on week from today, along with Jesse Kraszewski's sentencing. Maybe, hopefully. So we'll do that. And I may have to start that day early because I think it starts at 10. I have a trial that I found that happened. It happened a few months ago. It's not a little kid. It's teenagers though. That happened, but I don't think it was on Court TV or Long Crime because I searched it on YouTube when I could see it and I did not find it. So I have that saved that I'll probably, if nothing pops up between now and then, now and Monday, do that one because we should be able to get through that in a week or from Monday to Monday. No, it's not to, yeah, her birthday's next Friday. Don't forget to tell her. A week from today, Friday, the 5th. Not that you can't tell her happy birthday today. So that's my plan. Yes, it's your son. By the way, Hamilton, is your is you sitting there on your YouTube page? Is that your son's YouTube page? Because you're doing quite well. And I played the Taco Bell video on there. I was like, this is going to get stuck in my head. I loved it. So I was going to ask if that was your son's YouTube page. It's under your name? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Doing well. Very, very well. Good for you. Good for him. I don't think I have anything else. Oh, we got old Blake Scanlon in Massachusetts. We have his sentencing's Tuesday. I'll do that Wednesday. Jesse's is Friday. Well, we may just have to find something for Monday then. He doesn't want you to watch any of his videos? No, they're good. I like the Taco Bell one. Is that him? Well, if you haven't watched it, you don't know if that's him in the Taco. I didn't know if it was him in the Taco Bell one. Yeah, he's got a very creative mind. He's doing a very good job. All right, guys. That's all I have. That's it. Show's over. Roseanne. Yes, somebody will do that for sure. It just takes these things so long to go to trial. I will try to find that sentencing too from this one because now I'm really curious. And then I'm gonna not subscribe to that judge anymore because bye, Chrissy. Have a good weekend. Because very misleading. Well, that's good. Good for you. I don't know. I have stuff I need to do, but some of it's inside. And then if it doesn't rain tomorrow, then that means I probably need to mow. And I don't want to mow because it's not warm enough yet. There you go. Well, Carmen, you'll be making money and hopefully get your phone. Is that place hopefully open on Saturday? Carmen's town rolls up at 8. Her town is worse than mine. Mine at least is open till like 10. Well, hopefully you'll get it tomorrow and you can get there tomorrow. Get that done. Alrighty. Well, you guys have a good Easter weekend if you're doing anything. If you're not, have fun, whatever. So, Hampton, tell Gabe happy birthday from all of us. We'll tell you happy birthday all week because Gabby has declared it Hampton birthday week. Gabby, have fun playing games. Don't be calling anybody any bastards. That was the worst one yet. Roseanne, don't you be out there misbehaving. Carmen, I know where you live. All right, I wouldn't really hold you to it. I wouldn't really hold you to it. Who else did I miss? I got Hamilton. Did I get all of you? I don't want to miss anybody. Ronnie, are you still here, Ronnie? I think Ronnie left. I didn't. I just said I know where you live. You got a guilty conscience or what? Yeah, she tells me don't tell me how to live, and she'd crap if I showed up on her door. That's right. Yeah, mic drop. I picked it up and dropped it back. Don't make me go put my sunglasses on. It's close enough tonight. All right. Does anybody have anything else? Have I got everything? We're ending early. Sorry. Oh, there's Super Sun. Look at you. You would be. See, even your sister says, I went gangsta once in my life. Once in my life. Most times I'm just boring. Brandon, maybe you should be. Maybe I didn't raise you right. You should be scared of my sunglasses. Yeah. If he can get through laughing, be like, I can't make her gangsta. Like, be nice try though. Oh, speaking of your husband, makes me think of what he told me to do to the skunks. I sprang out of bed at 3:30 this morning because my dog was barking and all I could think of was skunk, and I think she just wanted me to get up. There was no skunks. I think they heard the warning. When yeah, I thought about when he said, you chop that off," and I was like, "That's right, I'll chop that off." I was like, "Oh, I'm surprised I didn't get in trouble." But I didn't so far. Alright. Anybody have anything else? If not, I'm gonna go. Brandon, any more comments? Alrighty. Nobody has anything, so I will see you all Monday morning, 10:30. Gabby, that is one place you don't ever have to worry about quarantine. There's no worries there. Alrighty. You guys have a good weekend, whatever you're doing. Something fun. Stay safe. And don't call anybody a bastard. Except Gabby. All right. See you guys.